it's a good job you're going home.
Yeah.
I tell you what, Johnny, just before I hand back to Andrew there, I was listening to the conversation, and everybody who's listening and watching, they heard what he said. They heard about the package that the series looks for when they're choosing circuits. So, you know, Barcelona, it's on the Mediterranean. It's part of a big city. It's the big city with a beach. Barcelona's renowned for it.
Yep.
We go to Portimao. It's on the Algarve. It's attractive to the gentleman driver. The amateur driver can perhaps be more attracted to it when he can, you know, bring his family and have a bit of a holiday on the back of it. We visit Tuscany in spring.
We do.
You know, who doesn't like Tuscany in spring? You know, and all of that. So what I'm going to say is, everybody, tweet us where you'd like to see this series go. Use your imagination, but bear in mind the package that we're looking for. So, you know, if you want to go to Bathurst,
Yeah.
think about the reality of that, though, and think about how dangerous and damage-prone endurance sports car racing can be at a place like Bathurst. We all love Bathurst as a track. So be sensible, but use your imagination, I'll say. And tweet us your answers, where we're going to go. And you never know, we may even have some influence. He's a man who's been to many more tracks than I have.
At RSL_studio. We'll get Andrew in right now, but we'll also do the standings after 8 hours of running to this point. So that's another landmark moment at 1/3 distance. 16 hours still to go. TCE standings first of all, and it is the 116 Wolf Power Racing Audi RS3 that is still top of the pile, with Ivars Valles doing the driving there. Then the 158 BBR Cupra Leon Competition in second position for Grant Superpongs. The AC Motorsport Audi RS3 in third. Fourth position is the 159 sister car from Monlau, the BBR entry for the all-tie lineup there as well. Then the 123 Rail Equipe by Totcar Sport Cupra TCR. Simpson Motorsports Audi RS3 with in 138 it is who doing the driving? James Kay right now. Holmgard Motorsports Cupra Leon is in 7th. The Hoffa Racing by Bonk Motorsports BMW still running as the only TC entry. And the Viper Nizza racing car lost about 40 minutes because of a sky-high water temperature, and they battled that to cool the car down. And the 165 is still running, as far as I can tell. Yes, somewhere in the third sector right now. In GT, ST Racing's BMW tops the pile with now Sven Herberger splitting the two M4 GT3s. So ST Racing of Canada ahead of German squad Phoenix Racing. We did say they would be up there, possibly earlier than we expected at the 8-hour mark, but they're running second. Poulsen Motorsports BMW in third. Then the CP Racing Mercedes for Charles Espenlau back at the wheel. Indy Dontje, quite a bit into his stint now, nearly an hour and a half for the Dutchman, for WTM Racing and the Ferrari 488. Huber Racing of Germany running in 6th place. Then the Hoffa Racing Mercedes with Chantal Prinz at the wheel, and it's Alfred Renauer at the Herbert Motorsport wheel for the 91 Porsche. 9th place for Jutta Racing of Lithuania, number 71 is, sorry, that's the Audi. I keep calling that a Porsche because of Jonas Gelzinis' experience in Carrera Cup, but it is definitely an Audi, Jutta Audi. Stamp that in my brain. Red Ant Racing, the 992 Porsche, leads that division for the newer generation of Porsche Cup cars. Dynamic Motorsports GT3 is working its way slowly back up the order as well, very nearly with the other GT3s, just that one car to jump ahead of Sam de Jonge's Cup car. HRT Performance at 12th. Villi Motorsport by Ebby Motors in the older machine, just for the 3 drivers. That's the fewest drivers in action for one car this weekend, as far as I can tell. Others going with 4 and 5 driver lineups. HRT Performance are 14th and 3rd in the 992 class. Seb Lajou Racing by Duvo Racing are 15th, and it's the Raddam Motorsport 992 in 16th place. Then the E2P Racing older shape Porsche, 17th and 2nd in class. The 360 Racing car of the all-Brazilian lineup, but the team from Andorra, number 926 in 18th. 19th position, and the GTX leader is the Liebherr Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Atlas BX Motorsports Mercedes GT4 leads its class. Second place in GTX is the Vortex V8 number 702. Another Porsche Cup car from the 360 Racing Squad is 22nd. Schenker Motorsports BMW 23rd, and Bapora Motorsport have had some difficulties, including Jan Font being off the road briefly. RD Signs, they had a horrendous start to their race with huge damage to the Lamborghini. It was fixed, but rejoining way down. Vortex V8 with a big oil leak on the 701, and the Red Camel Jordans.NL many hours out of the race, but thankfully that car has started to turn some laps again more recently. The moon is simply huge in the sky now. We are fully dark.
So a harvest moon, is it?
Yes. And we are nearly 60 minutes on from official sunset. And in certain areas of this track, it is properly dark, Andrew Marriott.
Certainly is. Very impressed with the pace of Samantha Tan. Samantha, her dad's in the pits as well, and he's been quite part. It's the quiet one at the back, but he gets involved with it very much. I mean, she's lapping in 1:52.4. In the dark, in a GT3 car, round here, a good time is, for a top pro, is 1:51.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
It is.
And she hasn't got that much experience, really.
No.
Obviously, she was big in this series last year. She won the championship. She wasn't in a GT3 car last year. Now she's in a full GT3 car, and she is doing absolutely a cracking job. Now, that car with Whitmer at the wheel has done a 1:49.4, which I think is the fastest lap we've had in this race. But now we're in the dark, and there she is, right on a sort of pro's pace. Absolutely brilliant. Sven Herberger for Phoenix Racing. We know that's a strong team, and currently in a second place, one lap behind.
So the 955 Willy Motorsport Porsche is now in pit road. This is the Romanian entered car, although run by Ebby Motors, and Romanian/Italian combination for Willy Motorsport, and the fuel going in on the top of the nose of that car. How's that doing in the class? It's the older machine, of course, the 991 specification, and that is leading its class. Fabrizio Broggi, the real character from Italy. The IV Capital drone camera giving us superb footage of the nighttime scene here at Barcelona. And Joe Bradley, we are thinking about many things this weekend, and a difficult weekend to be racing for us Brits, but I have fond memories of, I think, the guy we're about to be speaking to, who can't be here this weekend.
Yeah,
Joe.
a big miss for the Barcelona 24 hours, and I hope we've got him on the line. Colin White, are you there?
Hi.
Hello, Colin.
Yeah. Hi, everybody.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Colin, I've got to say, I was delighted to call you earlier and find that you weren't even in hospital. You were on your way home, so that's fabulous.
Yeah, they said that I had to bear some weight on the leg. They put some rings around the outside to make, like any race guy, as you say. So I was up out the chair and on the walkers and practice this afternoon, and eventually they agreed to let me go. So I'm sat at home here watching the 24-hour live here.
Yeah, so
I can say from the English weather forecast, your moon is bigger than ours tonight.
yeah, we win that one. So they kicked you out basically because you were a pest. I've got to say, Colin, I'll just remind our viewers why you ended up in hospital. It was a couple of weeks ago at Thruxton. You were racing your Ginetta Super Cup car when you had an enormous accident involving another car. And you certainly, we might win the biggest moon, but you won the most spectacular crash prize that day. And just give us an idea of, you know what, you kind of walked away from it, but you've had some injuries that the medics have had to attend to. Give us an idea of how badly broken up you were.
So at that point of the track, we're doing about 140 mile an hour. Is in the new Ginetta G56, the V8 car. So it's got no downforce on the front nose of the car. And I could see the other driver had gone off and come back on the track and gone off again. and he was starting to come on the track, and all of a sudden he turned left, straight across and straight into me, which then put me into the barrier backwards, and then went end over end over end. And I buy a special seat for my car that's from Australia, and it's really holds you in on the shoulder blades, and so I come away with no injuries in the ribs. I had 2 broken vertebrae in the back, and then I had multiple fractures in the right leg. Other than that, no damage. Absolutely tremendous it was. To walk away. The other driver, unfortunately, didn't have sort of the same quality seat, and he's had a lot more hips and ribs and collarbone, etc. damage.
Wow! So you've got the injuries, which are bad enough, but you know what? The nature of that accident could have been a lot worse, and it's fabulous. It wasn't the first thing I've got to say. The first thing I thought when I'd heard you'd broken bones, I thought, oh no, Colin's not going to be at Barcelona. Did you have anything put together to be out here with CWS Racing?
Well, we had the cars, 2 cars available. Obviously, the third one just got wrecked, so that wasn't going to be available. That's the ones I had people interested in doing. So we're going to revert back to those cars. We had a lot of new machine parts that was fortunate on us last year. We've had all them machined up new for this year, and we intend to bring those cars back out whilst we evaluate the new car, what we're going to do with that.
Right, yeah. So what's the prognosis then, Col? How long are you going to be laid up? Because knowing you as we do, you've already mentioned there, you became a bit of a pain in the backside to the medical staff wanting to be on your feet and pushing on. So, I'm going to act like your grandmother here and say, you need to take your time. But I know you're not going to do that, are you?
I think I might be able to have a little practice around Kuwait, but I don't think I'll be able to race there, to be honest with you. I think it's too early.
Well, you know what, Cole? There's always going to be a place in this commentary box in some of your downtime just to kill the boredom if you do end up coming out of Kuwait just to wreck you. That would be great. And seeing you back at the wheel of the car is what everybody's wanting to see, mate.
We there to thoroughly enjoy it, and we need to take it back to the principle of it's a 24 race, not a 1 lap race or a sprint race. It's all about getting to the end, and a lot of this cars out there and drivers are really trying to prove something that they don't need to prove, and there's a lot more people out there would love to come and do this, and I think by doing these 3 events in the winter series, be fabulous. I think that should be a good improvement.
So with you, take the racing driver hat off and put your race team principle on. Is that, what Creventic are trying to do here with the 24H series, finishing the season in Kuwait and then going straight into, the car staying in the Middle East and then going to Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Is that something as a race team you guys can make attractive to customers and who will want to do that package across the winter?
I think so, because being Kuwait on like the first week into December, it's only 1 month later, and you're in January for Dubai. So for the people that likes to go abroad, Middle East, they can have a nice time break and then do a bit more race and then go home. So it is a good winter series to take the family. Most people are busy during the summer months racing themselves, don't get a chance to go out with the family, so that's a good opportunity. And with the cost of living going up and the shipping costs and everything, so at least the boat is going in the same direction, so a little bit cheaper on the shipping and a bit more reliable than what they've had. Last year was terrible trying to get the cars over to Sebring, albeit it was a really good event. Thoroughly enjoyed it. But I like the idea of every year put a new track in, somewhere different to go. But I agree with you when you talk about Australia. Like, I'd love to do that track, but I've had a serious accident now, so it does start me to think that I'd want to go to the safer tracks at high speed. So when you see the Barcelona race today, where he went down the end of the straight, lost his brakes and went straight on. He had 5 rows of tyre, and he went straight in there, and the car and himself has come out of there okay. And for us hitting it at Thruxton, We hit the side barrier, which is new. There just wasn't enough stuff there to slow us up.
Yeah.
Kept us. And so if you do Formula One tracks, they are nice and safe to drive on.
Yeah. Actually, Colin, that is a really, really valid point. And, you know, we kind of take safety for granted, I think, these days, and it only sort of drives it home when we see the likes of yourself, who's extremely experienced, and you don't make. Colin White doesn't make mistakes, but it just shows how unstable motorsport is. It says on the ticket, doesn't it? Motorsport is dangerous. And what I think is, if it can happen to Colin White, it can happen to anyone. That's the kind of view I have. But Cole, I've got to say, mate, I know you've just got home literally from hospital, and it is fabulous to talk to you. It wouldn't have been a Barcelona 24 hours if I didn't get a Colin White quote, would it? And I've got to say, mate,
no, that's right.
Yeah, it absolutely wouldn't. Colin, take it easy, mate, but do, get yourself fit, hurry up and get fit, mate, and I'm looking forward to it. We're all looking forward, and I know the fans love CWS, and they're looking forward to seeing you at a racetrack soon.
Yeah, love your job. Everybody enjoy themselves. Love your job. See you soon.
Thanks, Colin.
Bye.
You take care, mate. Thank you very much.
Bye.
That's just great to be able to hear Cole's voice again, because, I was actually here at Barcelona when he had his shunt at Thruxton, but the way motorsport works, if you know there's been a big crash at another meeting that you're not out at, you have people that are there, and they start reporting, wow, that was a big one.
He had us worried, didn't he?
Completely.
Those drivers, we were fearing the worst.
It was actually a really tough day throughout the day at Thruxton that Sunday of the British Touring Car Championship support package, because they had a number of big shunts that day. Collins was by far the biggest. And when you see a car, I mean, it was from a long way back. It's coming out of Church, up Woodham Hill, the fastest track in the UK. And when a car goes across your nose and you can't do anything about that, and all of a sudden, what was left of his CWS Engineering Genetis chucked up in the air, it's rolling end over end. You think this is not going to end well. So to be able to hear Colin in such good spirits, actually, is so refreshing. So kind of, I'm very happy with that.
I'm delighted and over the moon. It didn't come as a massive shock just to hear Colin talking about getting out racing. He might not have had the same conversation. I'm sure his wife must have been upstairs or downstairs or something. She's not in the same room. She'd have been smacking him around there saying, "You daft old bat."
He probably disappeared into one of his race trucks to do the call. But it was interesting to me as well that, the mindset's been changed a little bit now that he's had a big accident. And I think that happens with everybody who has a big shunt for the first time. You want to... Thankfully, his taste for racing has not gone completely.
That'll never go.
I don't think it will. But he's now perhaps going to pick and choose, to the Grade 1 circuits that have the safety, like here at Barcelona. But it's exciting because, whether he does race again or not, I think he's going to be involved in motorsport somewhere along the line, but whether it's supplying cars for other drivers. I mean, he's done that several times at Dubai, hasn't he? He's had a car he's raced in, but he's brought another car with him as well and done deals with drivers. So there are many options moving forward in the future. But the first thing, Cole, just get yourself well. Yeah,
absolutely. I'm gonna let Andrew take over this seat now. He didn't really get a chance. He was gathering momentum, wasn't he?
He was.
Here you go, mate.
Yeah. It's been in and out, a bit of hokey-cokey style for Andrew Marriott, but I promise this time it could be a slightly more sustained run in the commentary box. We are inside the final 3 hours of full commentary service for tonight, because the whole of the team here at the Radio Show Limited network of channels will be knocking off at midnight, but the pictures will not finish because it'll be over to the onboard cameras overnight on the live stream for 8 hours, and then we will magically reappear at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for the final 5 hours.
Yeah, it's a bit like having a couple of full course cautions, wasn't it? Just noticed that there has been a change at the lead of TCR. So Jasmine Preissig in the Wolf Power Audi has just dropped behind Grant Superfongs from the team BBR, the team, of course, from Thailand, and they just moved ahead in that last couple of laps. So a big change there in TCR. Looking at the front, Samantha Tan still in the lead. She's got a gap of 1 minute 23 seconds over Alfred Nielsen in the Paulson Motorsport BMW. It's still BMW 1-2 at the top of the field. Sven Herberger has just dropped now. Was just coming into the pits, in fact, for fuel. And Charles Espinal in the CP Racing moves up to 3rd place. We're getting on towards, not exactly halfway yet, Johnny, but we're well into the race now, and we've still certainly got 5 people could win this. And well, don't rule out the Herbert's Motorsport, because I had that long stop with a radiator. I was just off air talking to Joe about that. And they had a stone in the radiator, they said, but remember the car had been off twice.
True.
And, you know, it might have just been a little leak, and it was just drip, drip, dripping. They can't notice it at that time, and you know, it might have been the legacy of that, I think, that dropped them back. So Ralph Bone is at the wheel now, and at the front, well, they're lapping in the sort of 151s. In fact, I think Samantha Tan is maybe making a pit stop, is she? Just how long has she been at? Stint time is only 1 hour 4 minutes, but their last lap was 2 minutes 54. So that might indicate she's on the way into the pits. So young Swede that we talked to, the 20-year-old Alfred Nielsen, been doing a very good job in that other BMW. And then, you know, we got youngsters like that, and then in 3rd place, the number 85 CP Racing car, fresh from their great victory in the 24 hours down there in Portugal, in Portimao. And as we said earlier, all of them over 50, all with huge racing experience. You know, they just know how to run that car, don't they?
They do.
They're all pretty well matched, and they're going really well. Phoenix, don't count them out. And then Indy Donchi. He's doing some pretty good times in that Ferrari, but he has just come in for fuel. So now we're getting a few pit stops, and we're getting messages from Di, so I think we've probably got a pits report.
Yeah, Phoenix Racing just been in, haven't they, Di? And there's been a driver change there.
Out of the car, having a quick drink. Sven, first of all, are you satisfied with the sort of stint progress and the strategy that you've got running for this race at this point?
Well, I mean, consider where we come from. So the starting position was kind of not spectacular, but yeah, with a good pace, with a safe and fast pace, I think we're on the right way.
We sort of got a feeling that, you know, the qualifying position was, as much as we all know it's important, it wasn't so important because of the nature of how this race started with the other championship within it. Would that be a fair comment?
Well, a 24-hour race is a 24-hour race, right? So if you start from like 10 or 9, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. I mean, we are glad that I have colleagues like Elia and Pierre, which sometimes pull the rabbit out of the head, you know, the boom, and then, yeah, things are possible.
How at home are you with this Audi R8? It seems like you're very consistent in the car and the Audi. How at home are you with it?
It took me quite a while. I mean, it's my 2nd season. Now it's the last race, but yeah, you know, I come from rear-engine cars, like, yeah, you know what I mean? And yeah, I think now I'm able to feel the car very well and to balance it and to not overdrive it. So this is the most important, that you really respect the car and you just squeeze as much as good and then wait for it, and yeah, then it's time to go.
And what's the traffic like out on track now?
Come again?
What's the traffic like out on the track tonight?
Traffic is okay. I mean, honestly spoken, we have a few people here at the track who are either not really familiar with Barcelona or are not really familiar with long distance race, or some probably even both. So sometimes you have your moments, you know, which is, I don't know.
I guess you're always going to get a little bit of that really in endurance racing, certainly the nature of this.
Yeah. I mean, you know, there's on the one side there's performance, on the other side there's also kind of the luck what you need. And if you're lucky and you have just the right moment where you avoid a situation and you get through, and the other time you lose and you don't make it, and then well, I mean, so far luck was really with us, and so far we hadn't much trouble, to be honest, the entire season.
How crucial is it for you? You have a tight-knit team here with the drivers, the crew, the engineers. You all seem to get on well, run a very professional outfit. How crucial is that, and how beneficial is that for you as a driver?
Phoenix. I mean, if you know a little bit about racing, Phoenix is a statement as such. And I mean, as a driver, I'm not a pro driver. To me, the most important is bring the car home, have a good pace to like redeem what they throw in with their professionalism, with your passion, and you know, all these guys are working their ass off to make this happen, and we do our best to yeah, I said, to get the most out of it.
Well, it looks like you're all doing a great job. Obviously, whenever we come in, you're very welcoming to us, even good, bad times, so thank you for that. You get a bit of a rest, and no doubt we'll catch you throughout the rest of the race.
Thank you very much. Okay, talk to you.
Well, Phoenix were a winner at Spa-Francorchamps, and Sven, I think, was part of the lineup. Yes, he was at Hockenheim. Then they went on to win back-to-back races. Sven didn't race at Spa, but Elliot Earhart, Pierre Caffer, Doppelmayr did, and yeah, he has been an overall race winner already this season, and they're running well. Before the pit stop, they were second. They've dropped down to fourth now with Elliot Earhart taking over, but they are one certainly of 4 cars, as you were saying earlier on, possibly 5 that are in contention to win this tomorrow.
Where did he learn his English? Because when he didn't hear the question, he said, "Come again." That's a very English thing to say, isn't it? It's not something you learn in school. So
and also, I thought it was interesting, Diana Binks said, "Are you at home with this car?" And I thought, I'm not sure whether that will translate, but he perfectly understood it. So I agree with you. I think he's probably spent some time in the UK because he was very forthcoming with you know, a foreign language to him. Sven Herberger, German, but you get the feeling fairly well travelled.
Yeah, I was in their garage earlier, and one of their crew came out and gave me a piece of chocolate.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah, that was all right, wasn't it?
The perk of being a pit lane reporter.
Do you want a drink? Yeah.
Very good. We've not had that in the booth, have we, Joe? Had nobody bringing us bits of chocolate, cups of coffee.
Where's Lippman with the ice cream?
Oh,
that's what I want.
Was that here? JM Lippman bringing ice cream into the booth?
No. That was at Ricard. And that was a circuit.
And frankly, with his sponsor this weekend, JM's sponsor this weekend, he can keep his product.
Let's not go into that.
Let's not go into that.
Yeah. We talked about different circuits, didn't we? And we talked about, in a way, seaside circuits or circuits coast to...
Not far from the sea, yeah.
Yeah, but we didn't mention Paul Ricard. It was like, right, you know, that's a full Formula 1 circuit.
Good point. So, I thought you were going to go Zandvoort, considering Creventic are Dutch, after all. We have had...
They must have been in talks with them.
We have had 12-hour races at Zandvoort in the past, and that would be exciting, wouldn't it? Grand Prix there not a week or so ago, so yeah, it's potential for some tracks that we haven't been to for a little while to be thought about for 2023. It's a patience game from a fan's point of view. Meanwhile, nearly another half an hour ticked off of the race. Let's get back to Diana Binks in the pits.
Fabian Dann has just jumped out of the Red Camel 909. We don't have any pictures, so it's just myself talking to Fabian. Thanks for having a chat. I know you've had a number of challenges, but you got the team have worked incredibly hard. You got the car back out on track. Are you happy with how the car is now feeling after all the work that's gone into the car to get you out?
Yeah, it's really good. We had a long time to repair the car. There was a really big damage on it, and I think everything works fine now. The car is a bit vibrating on the front axle, but everything works properly. It brakes, it turns. For me, it's okay, and I'm very proud of the team that they managed to put it back.
I mean, they did an incredible job. How much more difficult is it to sort of gauge the balance of the car as we've gone into this night session when you've rejoined the race to earlier on?
You know, if it's dark or if it's not dark, the track is always the same. Every turn is the same. For me, it doesn't matter. It's for the tires, it's much better to drive now. So I think it's even a bit easier to try it now than in the full heat from the afternoon.
So you're going to get a bit of a rest time now. What's the plan for the rest of the race? Do you know?
I don't know. I think I will get some rest now. Yeah, I hope Rick is doing well. He had some small injuries after the accident. I hope he will come back. If not, I think we have to turn with 3 drivers, but we will manage it.
It's amazing, isn't it? There's still a number of hours to go yet. You sort of think, oh, we're there, but we're not.
We will try our best. Try to have the car out and have some fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fabian Dann with Diana Binks there with an update from his crew. Sebastian Lejeune has just come in the Seb Lejeune racing by Duvo Porsche. Another flag of nationality represented in terms of Luxembourg, the Luxembourgish outfit Duvo Racing, although Seb himself is French. And the 908 car running in second position in the AM category of the 992s. The pros still led by Red Ant Racing, car 903. And, well, the 992 pro battle really started like firework display with the 903, the 909 at the time, and the 977. Of course, we know the stories about the 909 Red Camel car in major strife and something like 5 hours in the pit lane to repair that car after the brakes failed into turn number 1. Thankfully, that car is circulating again, but it's rather denied us of a strong contender in 992 category. And the 977 just dropped a little bit further down the order, now in the hands of Saif Alameri, though, who is very much a safe pair of hands for Fabian Motorsport, so he'll hustle that car potentially back into the top 3 of the 992s. GT3, there's quite a good mixture of both Pro-Am and Am cars. I mean, CP Racing at times are able to lead the race or certainly come close to it on the pit stop cycles. Elia Earhart, as mentioned, has dropped back down to 4th. Daniel Kylvitz, who's, well, probably level pegging with Nico Varone within that team in terms of absolute pace. And he's very fresh to that car again, having started the race early this afternoon.
I think he's done the fastest night lap, actually. So he's just on 150.1. I think that's the fastest lap we've had in the dusk and the dark here at Barcelona. So we just have the 810 car going through there and making a nice pass. So that car is flying. And just looking further down, Chantal Prince is just coming for fuel, so the Hoffa racing car will probably change drivers, I would think.
Yeah, Chantal, of course, now that the car's in the pit lane, it won't give us a correct reading for how long she's been at the wheel, but it's been a fairly meaty stint to this point.
I think it was about maybe 1 hour, 15 minutes, something like that.
Okay, well, she can go to 2 hours, but that then doesn't mean the fuel stint will fit neatly. So they may well take the decision to switch the driver around there in car number 11.
Back in 19th and 20th place overall, that TCR battle is really raging, you know. The 158 car, the Thai driver, Grant Superfongs, is now just 8 seconds ahead of Jasmine Preissig, having overtaken her in the Wolf Power Racing Audi RS3. But the gap is now just down at 5.6, so you know that really is a struggle. And of course their super gun there is Rob Huff. He's done 2 stints in the car already, but you know they're all quick in that car, so
yes,
that's one to look for. Looking further down the field, just see what else is going on. So the second of the HRT performance Porsches, the 928 car, Guiche Bessem at the wheel at the moment. He, I believe, has just come in for fuel. And where's he running, Johnny, in that class? He's running in 3rd at the moment.
Yeah, 3rd in 992
yeah.
total, but actually leading in the AM division.
Yeah.
So the top 3 in 992 overall, let's call it. 903. The 929 car of Jim Rautanen, and then Gijs Bessem in the 928. But Bessem also leading AM from the 908 Laurent Misbach-driven Seb Lejeune car. So they've just done the driver change. Lejeune out and Misbach, the Swiss, in. And 3rd in AM is currently Alan Hellmeister for 360 Racing Team. That's a cracking surname, isn't it? Hellmeister. 926.
Yes, is,
yeah. So Alan driving that car now, Brazilian by nationality flag. Not sure whether he's from there originally or whether that's a connection with where he spent the more recent years of his life. You would have thought there's some German heritage there. But yeah, Super Pong's really impressed when he got behind the wheel of his 158 car.
Oh, is that how you say it? Super Pong?
I think it's Pongs rather than Fongs because the PH just reverts to a P sound. I don't know. I mean, my knowledge of pronouncing Thai drivers is questionable.
You can pronounce Thai meals, though, funnily.
Yeah, I know. I like the odd Thai meal. Thai green
too.
curry.
Yeah.
Absolutely right. Jasmine rice. Yes, please. Tanart Satyan Terrakul, I'm reasonably confident with because he did some F4 racing in the UK, and Tanart here this weekend as well, part of the BBR lineup. But yeah, I was wondering whether Grant was actually able to lap quicker than Rob Huff, but no, that's not the case. 157.7 from the Wolf Power Racing Audi. That will be a Huffy time, and the best time so far offered by Cooper Leon 158 of the BBR team is a 158.9, so it's about a second between them.
Yeah, but the Wolf car's just gone back into the lead of TCR.
It has, yes, so by 4.5 seconds.
I don't know what happened there. On that lap, Jasmine took 5 seconds out of Grant, so maybe she just Grant got caught up in some traffic, and then that leaders changed again. So terrific battle in that category.
Yeah, that's a half spin possibly for Grant Super.
Could be,
so
yeah.
If it's been a slight error somewhere, 5 seconds is a big chunk of time. I can't now tell you which sector that occurred in because he's already gone on to the next lap. But is there a concern about the BBR car, or was it just a bit of a blip? We will keep our eyes across that. But 4.5 seconds is now the gap between Jasmine Preissig and Grant in the BBR car. And Gerhard Watzinger looking to find a way past those cars relatively shortly, still carrying the damage on the rear of the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Into the fueling area has arrived Charles Espenlaub for CP Racing. This will be stop number 10 for... stop number 9 for 9. The CP Racing car. The Ferrari behind them has stopped 10 times for Daniel Kylwitz et al. Alfred Nilsson has impressed me so far in the BMW M4. Spoke very well to you before the start of the race. And
again in the pits, actually.
Yes, agreed. And very new to GT3 cars. You made the point he's been racing them in Italy.
Yeah.
But I think this is his first season in GT3, previously doing 2 or 3 seasons in GT4 cars. But there's clearly been a bit of adjustment needed there. But likes this new BMW M4. Was racing the GT4 version of it last season.
Look at the smoke coming off those front discs there.
The 102 Holmgard car. I have to say, the Holmgard livery really does take nicely to the Cupra. I'm used to seeing that on the VW Golf of old.
Sonax has been a sponsor of motor racing for 30 or 40 years. It's a car polish, German car polish, actually. I've seen them on many German cars. I've also seen them with the stand at Autosport show and things like that.
Yeah.
So they're very much into their racing and promoting their great products. Well, I presume they're great products, and I've actually had it anyway, through the sport.
Yeah, bit of Petronas backing on the roof of that car as well. So, but it's a simple livery, red, white, some black detailing for the Danish squad.
Yeah, red and white, of course, being the Danish national colours.
Yeah. So that
fits a lot of people do that, don't they?
Indeed so. And Poulsen Racing actually carrying a very similar livery. Again, a Danish team, although with currently a Swiss driver at the wheel. Away goes the Holmgard car. They've not had the luck so far. They're further down the order than I would have expected, certainly in TCR.
Let's get back to that TCR situation. Grant, a Thai driver in that Cooper Leon Competition car, had dropped another 7 seconds. He was 7 seconds slower than Jasmine on that lap. He must have a problem now. Because he was lapping the same time.
Yeah, I know. So, well, at what point is that car going to appear on the pit road?
There's the sister car.
Yeah, 159 that was running. Now, that is Tanart Satyan Terrakul. So, Tanart in at the end of a fuel run. And are we therefore going to see the similarly liveried Leon Competition, very, different shape of car, slightly larger car, the Cupra Leon, But what on earth has happened to Grant Supapong's pace that he had only 10 minutes ago? Probably less than that when he took the lead in the class, and then was 5 seconds off, now 7 seconds off. And where did he mainly lose that time? Well, everywhere, really. 37 seconds through the first sector. When you compare that to a fellow TCR car, it's possible to do the first sector in 34, 35 seconds, so there was a handful lost there. And likewise through the rest of the lap. Is that going to manifest itself into the need for BBR to pit that car to try and do some fixing or some adjustment on the fly? The 1-2-3 TCR car heading through the kink at turn 9. That's Jorge Belloc Ruiz for the Spanish team, Tot Car Sport, Rail Equipe by Tot Car. And their Cupra just off the provisional podium positions right now, running in 4th and behind the AC Motorsport car. But there's a bit of catching up to be done there. Something like 6 minutes separate the two.
I think we got a new driver in the 928 HRT Performance Porsche, Mirko van Oostrum. Now, I think this is his first stint, isn't it?
Quite possibly, yeah. I don't remember seeing him in the race to this point. Will have done the qualification laps that were required last night in night practice. But Mirko van Oostrum, Estonian, and the HRT Performance Porsche of his is running 3rd in the 992 category, but leading in AM as Dynamic Motorsports 54 Porsche comes into pit lane with Nico Sterzinger at the wheel, and we can get this from Diana Binks.
At the CP Racing team, Charles Eckelab's just jumped out of the car, having a quick drink there. Hard work tonight, isn't it, Charles?
Say again, I'm sorry.
Hard work tonight.
Yeah, it's a lot warmer than I thought it would be. Track doesn't seem to come in for us setup-wise, but, you know, we're still pounding around. But, man, definitely a lot of work.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I have to talk to the engineer.
I got you too soon, didn't I?
You did, actually. Yeah, like I said, you know, we thought for sure our setup would come in at this time with the cooler air and stuff, but the track doesn't seem to be coming in for us. So we're a little disappointed with that, but we'll keep going. Maybe later in the evening it'll be our game. I was looking at some rain clouds. I was kind of hoping they would come in. That would change it up a little bit.
So are you sort of having to change your sort of strategy slightly because of that, or are you just continuing with what you have?
No, we'll still run our same program. We're always kind of the slow and easy turtle, so to speak, so we're hopefully there at the end.
Consistency is the thing here in endurance racing, isn't it?
That's what we sure try to achieve.
Now, how would you know this circuit very well, how would you describe it from a driver's perspective? What is the most challenging aspect of it?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's very well lit, and the layout of the track's very well, so that nighttime driving doesn't really make too much difference.
What about the traffic management out there now it's dark? I mean, obviously there's some new faces here for this race this year.
I got to bite my tongue a little bit. There's obviously some guys or drivers out there that are a little less experienced, maybe haven't been here in the dark before. They're kind of driving around wondering where they're going. The biggest problem is just not predictable. I think they're trying to get out of your way and they're doing different things, and it gets a little hairy, but you know, we'll try to be patient and get through it.
It's not easy, is it? There's a real technique to being able to drive in the nighttime and sort of really handle the car, handle the situation and manage your way through the traffic when you're not as experienced as some.
Yeah, but you know, that's what endurance racing's all about, right? It's not a one-make series with 30-minute sprints. Sorry. You know, it's part of what makes it. Everybody has to deal with the same situation. So, you know, I can be crabby and cry about it a little bit, but in the end, it's what makes it all worth it and fun.
You enjoying it?
Thanks.
Thank you.
He didn't say yes, but he didn't say no.
And Charles' partner behind there just reading a novel.
Yeah, elsewhere in the team. Well, yeah, when the car's pounding round, then the team need to stay alert, but at the same time, there's not a lot for them to do, so why not read a book for a little while? Yes, now Andrew.
The gap between those two BMWs is closing down now to 17 seconds. Alfred Nielsen making up time every lap now on Samantha Tan. Just half a second here, a second there. So this race is a big battle between those two BMWs. And remember, they're one lap ahead of the Phoenix Racing Audi. I mean, it's everything to play for still as we head towards the halfway stage. But yeah, Nielsen, that young Swede, we just talked about him a minute or two ago. He's doing a very good job. I think, looking through his record, he was a pretty top karter in Sweden as a teenager, and I don't follow Swedish karting championships too closely, but looking at his results, I think he's obviously showed talent early on. And now just also CB Racing, Shane Lewis is back in that car. So what about that last lap? We'll just let it just cycle through on the timing, but I think Nielsen's taking some more time out. Yes, the gap, 17 seconds at the moment. In fact, bit of response there from Samantha Tan.
Okay.
He did virtually the same lap time as Alfred Nielsen last time round. As we look here at the 903 Red Ant Racing Porsche. And,
leading its class.
And then the name of the family is Redant.
That's right.
And I think when they first started racing, they didn't quite get it. They didn't understand, and they said, we can call ourselves Red Ant. That's terrific. And the nasty things, Red Ants, you know. They're nasty little bitey things.
Indeed.
I've had my hand all swollen up having been bitten by Red Ants in America.
Yeah, red camels, on the other hand.
Well, you won't want one of those to bite you either.
They're
really.
slightly slower than a red ant, but they put their weight around.
If one bit you, get the hump, wouldn't you? I know it's late, isn't it?
Very good. So yes, unfortunately we haven't got the red camel, red ant battle, which we had for the first hour and a half, and I do think those two cars would have been keeping each other honest this deep into the race and probably further. But I won't say the 903 have got it easy from this point on, because there's some pressure from HRT Performance. They're a bit further back, but Jim Rantanen is just biding his time, and as are the HRT Performance cars. I'm not surprised to see in 992 that they're the next two cars in the sequence.
On board with the GTX leader. Who's driving the second place GTX car?
That'll be somebody in a Vortex. Second place GTX car. Is it Nicholas Nobbs?
It is indeed. I just thought I'd lead you into that.
Thank you. Yeah, we're all a big fan of Nicholas Nobbs. It's just one of those names, isn't it, that's enjoyable to say.
Look at those brakes glowing red on the Lamborghini looking.
Yeah.
It's one of the sights and sounds of racing at night, isn't it? You can sometimes see the turbochargers, if they got turbochargers, of course, glowing onto the track, from the behind the car. And it's just magical racing in the dark here, but seeing all those discs glowing, and it's great for the photographers as well, of course, and for our cameramen, who are doing a phenomenal job, let's say.
They certainly are, yeah. And having said that, they've just decided to turn everything
the
off.
commentator on the cameras. Gerhard, it's Gerhard Votzinger at that 710 Lippert Motorsport wheel right now in the Super Trofeo Lamborghini. We've had it coming together. They're sorting themselves out. 720.
Well, that's the RD Signs car that got a big old whack, and it's Andreas Butskevicius who was put in at the start of the race at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So, and he's carrying damage again on that rear left corner. That's bodywork rubbing on tyre as he heads into the left-hander at turn 6. So what happened here?
Oh, hit him up the back.
That was Porsche into Lamborghini.
Yeah.
So Porsche spinning out the Lamborghini, the 910 not stopping in time. Javier Morcillo in the E2P racing car.
Yeah, we've seen him around quite a bit in this series, haven't we, over the years, I think, Xavier. I think maybe the Lamborghini just braked a bit earlier than he expected.
Maybe, but it is 9 times out of 10 the car behind that causes the incident, and perhaps unfortunately for Morcillo Rodriguez, I think the team manager for E2P Racing will certainly be called to race control for their assessment. So now both Lamborghinis in the race are carrying pretty heavy rear-end damage here. Now we do know from Leipert's car that it can sort of live with that. Once it's all been straightened out, they might have to pull a fair bit of that bodywork away from the rear tyre. Butskevicius is limping his way through the chicane, and I'm sure he'll be turning right now just before turn 16 to get it into the pit lane. It's worth popping into the fueling area just to get a bit of fuel, first of all, and then the car, I'm sure, will go down towards the team. But the 910 carrying a lot of damage on the nose of that car for Javier Morcillo, but he doesn't want to come in just yet. Happy to continue to pound round.
noticed on the edge of the track a lot of what my old commentator mate and former racing driver, of course, David Hobbs, called clag nuts.
Yeah, okay, I like that.
And just right at the top of the field, those two BMWs, Samantha Tan has answered the call because she's pulled away a little bit more from Alfred Nilsson now. That is a terrific job, isn't it, by her? The girl with the Canadian with the Chinese heritage. And, well, I'm just so impressed with that.
No, it's been very good, and I don't think, you know, this is necessarily in response to the chasing car. It's a lot about traffic, really, and being able to deal with that, you know.
True.
But the thing is that Samantha has had to deal with moving from GT4 last year and being very, very good in that, but being lapped by GT3 cars an awful lot of the time, to now being in the top class. So you have to concentrate less on the mirrors, but you are having to get through slower traffic at a rate of knots, including the TCR cars that obviously aren't anywhere near the sort of lap times that GT3s can produce. But they are, you know, they've all paid their entry fees to be in this race, or their own individual race in the case of the touring cars, and therefore all justified to be out there. And that is the nature of multi-class racing. The quicker car has to go slightly offline to find a way past safely. And in the case of, well, tough to call that Lamborghini and Porsche incident, but the Porsche Cup car should have been quicker than the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. And it was down to Javier Morcillo to find a safe place to do the Livery. However, he will say, well, the car in front braked far earlier than I was expecting. We'll find out which way that goes, and I'm sure it will be under investigation either now or within the next 10 minutes. The RD Signs Ciliai racing team, though, is now in for fuel, and then the Lithuanian squad can have a full assessment of well, how badly damaged the 720 car is. But they've already had to repair that from severe rear right suspension damage after it smashed into the concrete wall at the start of the race, just 10 seconds after 1 o'clock this afternoon. The IV Capital drone cam again providing great coverage of this Barcelona circuit in the evening. We're 8 minutes away from 10 o'clock, and the 188 AC Motorsports Audi has come in with a driver change to take place here as well.
And notice, of course, in this class, have to use the rattle gun to get the lug nuts off, or wheel nuts. It takes much longer, of course, than central fixing.
Yeah, 5 nuts a piece, so you have to be well versed with that. Now, Aldrius Butskevicius clambering out of his car, and the team already setting to work. Photographs being taken, interestingly. Oh, that's by the media, that's why. So one of our media representatives just catching what that Lambo's been doing. I wonder whether that might have been a member of the team, just to try and assess exactly what was going on, or indeed a scrutineer. They're putting new tyres on it, and they're just, well, they're going to try and rip off bits of bodywork, actually.
Yeah.
And almost like an Audi R8, that little strut rearward of the rear tyre, so flimsy, once it's been hit by something, you can tear it off. And I think they're going to send this car straight out again. It won't even need to go in the garage.
Well, it certainly looks like that. A gap at the front. It's stable now, so 18.7 seconds between Sam Tan and Alfred Nilsson. Elliot Earhart in third place. And a lap down, and 2 laps down then to Shane Lewis. Well, also up highest it's been throughout the race is the Lithuanian Audi R8, the Jutta racing car. Jonas Galzinis at the wheel at the moment. I believe he's one of the quicker drivers in that car. Well, they've been doing a great job, haven't they? And obviously we've had our friend Viljon in the car earlier, our British driver, the yacht captain, and he was doing some good times as well. But you know, that car is just pounded round with no problem at all, minding its own business. Now it finds itself in 6th place.
Yeah, Jonas in 2013 came second in the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain to Michael Meadows.
Ah, right.
So Galzinis was, I mean, I was a big fan of his at the time, was interviewing him every sort of 3 or 4 weeks as part of that championship, and he's been a race winner in that category. Rory Butcher was in it that year.
Top people.
Yeah, indeed. And the competition was Dan Lloyd. The competition was really good in that category. He started off actually within the, I think, did they have three layered championship there? I think it was Pro-Am initially where he came in, and then he was so good, he was put in the Pro class. And as I say, only fell short to Michael Meadows by 15 points. So Gelžinis of Lithuania, comes from Kaunas in Lithuania, and
well, I've only heard of Vilnius.
right, yeah. Well, Kaunas is the next biggest city. I think.
Okay.
A bit like Birmingham in the UK.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people know that Birmingham's the second city, but
I
it
do,
is.
coming from Wolverhampton, of course.
Yeah. I was born there.
Yeah, well.
So yeah, and Gelžinis is still only 34. I mean, I was interviewing him the best part of a decade ago, but he's still rated as silver by the FIA and semi-pro, I want to say, on the entry list. So I wasn't surprised to see him popping up in night practice to second place yesterday evening in the Jutta Racing Audi. And let's see what he can do now, rejoining the race in 6th position.
After those radiator problems, the Herberger motorsport car is starting to climb up towards the top 5. Ralph Bohn just moving ahead of the Huber Racing Porsche into 7th place. And Ralph putting in some cracking times up to a 1:51 last lap. And that's the sort of times you'd expect from Robert and Alfred Renault, isn't it? I mean, that's a really good time from Ralph Bohn, who is an amateur driver in effect. And, it's typical damage you get on a Porsche with a radiator there after that incident.
Yeah,
you see the water dripping out of it.
It's spewing fluid, isn't it? I mean, it's coming out at
that's
high pressure.
Yeah, that frame at the front that is also damaged. So that's going to be.
It was a big hit. I mean, that took both front tyres off the ground for Morcillo. So Javier Morcillo, in fact, has got out of the car, the number 910, after that whack into the back of the Lamborghini, and can now chat to Diana Binks.
Javier, we're just looking at the car. Clearly a major incident with the car. Tell us what happened.
Well, we were in a good stint. We were making up positions, and a car that was going a bit slower than us. I think he didn't saw where I was coming and braked too early, closed the door. Too many cars for same space, and I took the worst part because front of the Porsches are really weak. So we have a damaged radiator and a long stop now.
You're stopped completely, or are you going to fix it?
No, we're gonna fix it for sure. Our team is amazing. They will put it back in the race in a few minutes, but it's going to be a hot job.
I mean, it's you got the car back into the garage yourself, and you know, when we first looked at it, it looked like there was an incredible amount of damage, but as they're very quickly pulling it apart, you can see that they're going to be able to get back to that.
We have the best mechanics, and I am pretty sure you will be very surprised how quickly this car is running back to its pace. So yeah, it's not really what we wanted, but we will be back.
Before that point, before this incident happened, how much were you enjoying the race?
Very much indeed. This race is magical. The night is so beautiful. We have a full moon today, so it's just fantastic. Creventic is a great championship, and we enjoyed it every lap, basically, so enjoying it a lot.
Thank you, Javier.
Thank you.
Javier Morcillo, who hails from Spain, as you probably detect from the accent there, but much further south than Barcelona. He's from Malaga. It's hot down there, I bet, not just up the road from Marbella. So very nice place to... He either lives there still, but certainly originally from that part of the world. And you can track his 24H series experience back to 2014 when he first competed at the Dubai 24 Hours. That was in the touring car class, though. They had a VW Golf TDI that year. Now what team was that in 2014? Let's just have a little look. KPM Racing that Javier was with. Raced with Paul White, Aaron Mason, Josh Cagill, in fact, and Tom Onslow Cole. So Javier stepping into an otherwise all-British lineup then. And I think later on in 14, he also competed in an A6 Ginetta G55 as well, at the same race, in fact. So he was double entered by the looks of things in the Dubai 24 hours. Now, into pit lane and into fueling comes Grant Supperpongs, and this is the car that Andrew Marriott and I were a little concerned about in terms of pace. The 158 car seemed to be falling off absolute pace like a stone, but 158, well, the in-lap is obviously slightly misleading because it's going to take you longer anyway, at 207.5. Yeah, okay, so the car's capable of a 158.9. It didn't pit during that sticky spell, though, where it was losing some time. Meanwhile, the 138 is trailing some fluid, it would seem. That's the Simpson Motorsport car for Will Neal. And there was something pouring out the back of that car, I noticed, in the darkness. Car 138 is running in 6th position in the TCR division. Now, we've been speaking a lot about the Phoenix Racing Audi R8 LMS doing so well, and the one man that's done a bit of time, but still they'll be holding back drive hours, is Pierre Caffer, now with Binksy.
Pierre, we're sort of, actually I've forgotten how many hours we're into the race, but we've still got quite a few to go. Are you satisfied with what the position you're running at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, we had a turbulent start, and from that point on, we have been a bit unlucky in the beginning of the race. But right now, we are coming closer and closer, and we need a tiny little bit of luck on our side. And the race, as you said, we still have 15 hours to go, so it's a long way still. And now in the night, you know, it's always special to drive when it's dark. And especially here in Barcelona, there's not so many lights, and there's still some dark spots. So it's really nice to drive.
This is quite a special circuit. I know you're very familiar with it. What do you say are the major challenges during the night stints for drivers?
Here, with this amount of traffic at the minute, it's a high concentration, and you always need to be focused. Otherwise, it's like a modern but also an old-fashioned circuit. So with a lot of gravel beds, and we have seen in the past that some cars stuck already. And as I said, over the whole stint, the concentration is the unique challenge.
What does it take to get the perfect lap here?
Or to bring everything together with this amount of traffic is very difficult. I mean, you need to have some luck to have a clear lap. And overall, I think the stint performance, the average, is what counts in endurance racing.
Are you enjoying this year?
Sorry?
Are you enjoying the race so far this year?
Yes, I'm really enjoying it, and the next stint is mine again, so I'm just waiting that Elia is coming back to the pits, and then we go again.
Do you have a preference, nighttime, daytime, or you're happy to do either?
I like to drive in the night, I have to say. In the night, it's always special.
Why is that?
Sorry?
Why is that?
Because usually you drive by daylight, and to drive in the night is only in endurance racing you can do this, and it's always special, and especially on the Nordschleife, and here for sure as well.
Thank you, Pierre.
You're welcome.
Pierre Caffer with some interesting comments there about driving in the night, and yeah, he really does go very swiftly indeed. However, if you're on the live stream, you might be now fully focused on quite a big news story that's potentially breaking here, because all of the fuel pumps are currently out of service in the fueling area. There's been a power failure which has clearly knocked out absolutely everything. This, well, it might even result in some kind of stoppage to the race, because if we're going to get cars stranded out on the racetrack because of it, it depends how quickly it can be cranked back into life, I suppose. If it's just a little tiny fuse that's blown, that'll be fine and fixed very quickly. But a warning to all the teams, I'm sure there are a number that had planned to pit in the next 5-10 minutes or so. What do they do? Samantha Tan, for instance, an hour and 47, nearly 48 minutes into her stint. That's drive time, yes. She might not necessarily be short on fuel. It again depends on, you know, how they've gone in the topping up process, because remember, 100% allocation is not necessarily your full tank. So they might be able to get away with a bit more of a stint, but...
It's going to knock their strategy out, though, Johnny.
Well, it will.
If you've got a driver time coming up to conclusion, you are going to fuel at that time as well. If you can't fuel because of this unforeseen circumstance, then that's going to completely mess with your strategy. You're going to have to send your new driver out and just run the tank down.
Yeah.
Whereas you would have a full tank, you might have half a tank. I'm not sure where they are in the fuel strategy and how much fuel is in that car.
Well, nobody knows.
Nobody
apart
knows.
From the team.
Apart from the team, yeah.
But that's the downside of, well, I suppose the interesting part, like it.
Did you know, Johnny?
That 100% fuel allocation might only be 80 or 90% of what the tank can hold.
Did you know, we've talked about the little electronic tag and the identification tag for each team. When the car is refueled, the team has sent a message on the 24H Series app, and the race engineer gets the information as to exactly how much fuel the car took at that fill.
Yeah.
That's more technology that I forgot to mention about with regards to the refueling.
It's like getting an electronic receipt, a virtual receipt, once you've been to the supermarket.
Well, before the app came into operation, the team engineer would rely upon the refueler to measure how much fuel went in the car and then relay that back to the engineer. You know, it's got 75 litres or 65 litres or 99 litres. Now it's electronic and the engineer doesn't have to.
It's not all the pumps we're now hearing. It is pumps 1, 2, 3 and 4. There are 8 pumps, remember.
No, I think
4 pumps individually.
I think that's what it means, Johnny. It means each station. There is 2 pumps per station.
No, 5, 6, 7 and 8 are operational.
Operational, right. Good
Thank
spot.
you, Joe. Come on.
All right, so much. I can't actually see, that's too dark.
Well, that's true. Can someone turn on the lights here at Barcelona, please? Well, you get that at 7:30 tomorrow morning. So there is a way of fueling your car, but all of a sudden, fueling capacity is down to 50%. I honestly thought if that's going to continue on, that all the pumps are out for any longer than about 15 minutes, they would have to stop the race because that's unfair. You know, you're no longer on a level playing field because some cars will have been out of fuel and others won't. And there's nothing, I presume there's nothing in the regulations. It's not like a safety car or a Code 60 that everyone could be prepared for. This is unforeseen circumstances. But now the fact that you can use half of the pumps that were available at the start of the race, it's the middle 2. And I can see green lights, in fact, on the middle 2 pumps. So that indicates to me that power's still getting to them, whereas the pump that you pass at the very start of the pit lane is out of action, and the latter one as well. So, and now all pumps are available.
Yeah, they fixed it.
Okay.
They've put some money in the meter.
And where is Samantha Tan? Not yet in the pits, because she doesn't need to be. Another 9 minutes or so for her to make the stop. 21st position for the 24H Series back to Vortex. Those watching on the live stream might realise why I'm chuckling. It's almost like we're 5 years old in the commentary box. But
being led by the oldest 5-year-old in the building.
Indeed, yeah. But old Nicholas in the Vortex is in the pit lane. He's in fact in the garage. And the Lumirank number system, which flashes to the first 3 letters of his name, is making us chuckle. But it is very late at night. We're past the watershed, so that's probably just about allowed. Roland Poulsen is in the fueling area. Now, thankfully, as he reached that area, the fuel pump was running again, as is the case for Jonas Gelginis for Jutta Racing. And the IV Capital drone camera providing, again, some brilliant evening pictures as it revs into life. And when it was racing the dynamic motorsport Porsche a little earlier on, now on the inside of turn 12, which is the run out past that, Joe was calling it earlier on, stadium section, really, the latter portion of this Barcelona circuit. And we have some fantastic views of turn 9 as well, with the Phoenix Racing Audi overlapping one of the Porsche Cup cars there. Audi from TCR up ahead as well. Into the penultimate hour that we will be getting commentary for this evening. So another hour and 50 minutes to go before we sign off for the night, but bear in mind that the onboard cameras will still be turned on throughout the evening. If you're willing to stay up, perhaps you're in Central Europe, perhaps you're elsewhere in the continent, in the UK, an hour behind Central European summertime, or much further afield, and maybe actually the overnight spell here at Barcelona fits well with your day, Saturday into Sunday. Then you can still monitor progress, and remember, of course, as well, via the live timing website, which is livetiminggetaceresults.com/24H series, and you will reach the live timing that we're all looking at as well, and monitoring with great interest the fight between, well, really the top 5 in GT3 that are still just about all in the reckoning. 5 laps separate those cars. And in the TC division, it's still Wolf Power Racing. They've pretty much been at the front of the field from the off. There are threats from BBR, mainly from the 158 car. And in fact, they were duking it out for race position not too long ago. But now that Grant Supperpongs has got out of the car, handed over to Kantasak Kasiri, it'll still go rapidly, but not quite as quickly as when Grant is at the wheel.
The leader, Samantha Tan, has gone through, Johnny. 1 hour 50, coming up to 1 hour 55. So she's going to be, if she doesn't come in next time round, she's most definitely going to have to come in the following lap. So I estimate that she'll be in next time by the pit entrance. She's already well inside that lap now. Still a lap down, still off the lead lap as the second place Phoenix car, the Phoenix Audi. Elliot Earhart, you heard Pierre Caffertel died. He's just waiting for Elliot to come through. He's been in the car 50 minutes, so whether they'll take him to 2 hours or just a fuel window, that could be, depending on how much fuel he's got in the car, of course. That's a moving set of goalposts. So we'll keep an eye out on the leader. And there she goes into, as I suspected, Samantha Tan into fueling. 1 hour 55 plus on the timer there, so well inside her stint time. So that's perfection, really. They're having a very good strategic race, our ST Racing. The car there just come to a halt. Can you see a fueler putting fuel in that? Yeah, there is. That's the guy there. Yeah. The fuel station will dispense exactly the amount that car is allowed.
So that's going in from pump 3. So I actually think the message we got earlier on was slightly inaccurate in that we had 3, 4, 5 and 6 working, and it was 1, 2, 7 and 8 that weren't, but we've got green lights from all of them now. Well, if they're in operation, and the 927 Porsche is just ahead of the number 1 car, just in front of it, in fact, in the next bay. And that is able to be fueled as well. The 360 Racing number 927. Tom Filho, who has brought that car in from 4th place in the 992 AMS. Yannick Redont back at the wheel of the 903 in the leading Porsche Cup car in the 992 car. Very slow into turn 1, but that was by design because the 951 rejoining from the pit lane and realising it would have to stay out of the way of some much quicker approaching cars. And that's Guillaume Pugeur for Bapora Motorsport. You've got to be careful not to cross the blend line rejoining from the pits, and that's that white line which is very evident, kind of in one direction. You treat it as a concrete wall if you're leading the pit lane and rejoining the racetrack, but it's invisible in the opposite direction if you're already circulating, and that is to try and avoid any sort of contact between a rejoining car fresh from a pit stop, and closely observed throughout the course of the race. So 14 hours and 45 minutes still to go. We're at almost 10:15 in the evening, Saturday night here at Barcelona. And let's get to the pit lane again, because Binksy's found someone else to chat to.
Yes, I'm with Jutta Racing. The number 71, Jonas Jalanas, has just come in and handed over the car. Jonas, how was your stint?
Yeah, it was a long stint, and in the beginning it was really good on fresh tires. And it's easy to drive when you're looking only into the front, but when tires getting old, you lost pace, and then you have to also check mirror, and it started to be difficult.
Yeah, there's so many different things going on, so many different factors, certainly in the night stint when you've been there a long time.
For us, last 3 laps was nightmare because we ran out of fuel, and in petrol station was no electricity. So I was coasting to save my fuel, and I entered full station with 0.
Yeah, we were pretty concerned when we saw that come up on the board. I'm sure your engineer was sort of talking you through that.
So we're super lucky this time, yeah. So
but clearly your experience as a driver comes into play then when that situation happened.
Yeah, but for me it's first time racing the night, so it's not easy, yeah.
I didn't realize that. So how did you find it?
Yeah, I enjoy it a lot. It's fun. It's risky, but it's fun, yeah.
Great, thank you. You go and rest.
Jonas Gelgenis of the Jutta Racing crew with their Audi. It's always fun to sort of see a guy who, as I say, I must have interviewed him 10 times in season 2013, and then you don't see him for 10 years or more. And it's still Jonas, but you know he's 34 now rather than 24.
Was he on the Talker package?
Yeah.
What was he doing?
Porsche Carrera Cup. So he was in the
course.
the Porsche Championship, and as I say, he nearly won the title in 13. He was only 15 points short of Michael Meadows, and you had some very talented guys in the championship at the time. But Jonas is a really good peddler, and particularly in Porsches. It's great to see him now, of course, in GT3s, and I think he's one of the driving forces behind Jutta Racing. In fact, Ineos Gelgenis, his younger brother, has raced as well, and at times within the Jutta establishment. So, I mean, these guys are still very much active in motorsport, but just elsewhere in Europe. But that's what's nice about this championship, is that you see some old friends along the way as well.
Well, I'm sure when he was doing the Porsche Carrera Cup and going for that championship, he had his sights set on a career in international sports cars, and everybody's got their sight. It's a very narrow career path, and there's only a very few people actually make it with, picked up by a manufacturer and the like. And the drivers who are very, very competent and very skillful and very capable are pushed by the wayside, not because of the lack of talent, but because of a lack of funds.
Yeah.
Our sport is, unfortunately, quite unfair. I couldn't go to, Manchester United or Liverpool, say to Jurgen Klopp, there's me $1 million, mate, I'm in the first team on Saturday. The moment I run on the pitch, let alone get the ball, everybody realises he's rubbish. But in motorsport, you don't, yes, we can see the really good drivers, but there are also some not so good drivers who make it into positions where, on pure talent alone, there are much more talented drivers that deserve the seat. Look at the F1 super license debacle, not recognising IndyCar. I know we're not wanting to go on too much because that would open up a massive debate, but IndyCar,
it could be a soapbox moment.
Yeah,
it's all right. There's a bit of room for that on a Saturday night.
Why does Colin White not deserve a super license racing at that level in the United States?
Yeah,
because Indy cars are very, very capable single-seat racing cars. But FIA just play it's our ball and we'll play with it as we want.
Well, Jonas, I mean, the FIA have a thing they did in the early 2010s, certainly, the FIA Institute Young Driver Excellence Academy, and Jonas was a member of that, 10 years ago. He was the 2011 Carrera Cup Pro-Am champion, and then, as I say, 2 years later, moved from Pro-Am up to Pro, and I won't say it was a regular race winner. I think he won a couple of races along the way, but the thing was, he was always consistently scoring points, and just narrowly fell short. 3 wins that year, in fact, 13 podiums, a couple of fastest laps as well. And the following year he was racing in the VW Castrol Cup, and then I think at that point, like you say, the money dries up, and then other parts of your life take over as well. But it's brilliant to see him back, because he's had about 5 years away, actually. 2016, prior to then seeing him return, or for his first action in the 24H series, which began in 2021 with a visit to Mugello last year. Mugello was in a kind of peculiar point in the season in 2021. Wasn't that the late one, going into November time?
No, 2020.
2020
was the season which didn't start until July.
And Mugello happened on the 14th of November in 2020.
Did it really?
Yeah.
I forget that.
Yeah, bizarre after the Ennebakusa race, but it was back to its usual date at the end of March by 2021. And very encouraging to, well, from Ola Dorleman at least, to more or less confirm that Mugello will be on the calendar for next season.
In spring.
So we can look forward to Mugello, probably 12 hours again. Spa, probably 12 hours again. Barcelona, definitely 24 hours. Dubai.
Did he say Spa 24 hours?
Yeah. May.
Really?
Not
Really?
24, 12 hours. Did I say 24?
Yeah, you did, yeah. I was going to say...
No, there's already a 24 hours.
Yeah, I think Spa
They've been
would
treading on
really,
toes there.
Yeah.
Sorry, no, Spa 12 hours.
Yeah.
And likely to be a split race.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he didn't confirm that we'd got a straight through 12 hours yet. So that will be a split race at Spa 12 hours. But in May rather than in April as it was this year. But the other thing he said, 6 European races next year rather than the 5. That's certainly the aim.
Wow.
So we will have a total of 8 events next year with the 2 flyways either end.
we kick off at Dubai, and I'd like to think QA
Well,
will
actually,
stay on the calendar.
and if you also include Abu Dhabi,
yes, of course.
that's 9 events in total.
Yeah, it's more... I'm going to use the term low-key. The Abu Dhabi 6 hours hasn't really picked up, and I think perhaps the way that the calendar is structured, and there's a reason for that a 6-hour race the weekend after a 24-hour race, you know, you've got to be really committed to, you know, repair your car and pay for the car, and the budget for both races is obviously... that's the number 720, the Polius Passivicius Lamborghini, the RD Sainz car. It's caught the Refueling crew by surprise.
There was a fabulous example, though, from the guy whose headphones have just fallen off, by the way. Another car moving forward whilst they're trying to refuel it. But in the background, the guy offering the chip up to the pump on the side, and it took probably tenths of seconds to go, yep, this is the 720 car, we're under green, so you get full allocation for a GTX car, and the fuel begins to flow. And it's a bit like when you go to the petrol station and prepay, you say, I want to pay $20, £20 and no more, €20 and no more, and you know you squeeze the trigger and it goes gook, 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 and then just stops because that's your maximum amount of fuel permitted. You pull out the trigger, put it back, and the car goes on. That's the usual plan, but I don't get the feeling this is particularly going as rehearsed previously in the weekend.
Does everybody know what the guy was doing with the big bottle?
No, well I do, but others may not.
They may not. Yeah. So there's 2 guys, one either side of the car. The one on the pump side of the car has got the pistol in the fuel filler. The guy with the bottle, he's not putting fuel in the car. He's there to release the gas. As the fuel goes into the tank, it pushes the gas. Now, petrol, as a liquid, is actually not flammable.
Right.
You can throw a match on a bowl of petrol, and it won't necessarily ignite. I'm not suggesting anyone tries this at home, by the way. It's when petrol vaporizes, becomes a gas. That's the bit that's really, really volatile. So you have to catch it. Rather than just open the vent and let it flee out into the air, you'd have a potential fire hazard. So the vent bottle allows the fuel to flow into the tank, and you're venting the tank to allow that fuel in. Or else it might just start... You know yourself, when you're putting fuel in your car and the pump stops, it's because the air's trying to get out while the fuel's going in. So that's what that piece of kit is for. It's called a vent bottle.
Fuel in, air that's occupying the space has to go somewhere.
Has to go somewhere, yeah.
And you're helping it out.
You're not just allowed to open the vent flap and let it escape into the atmosphere.
Well, no.
You've got to capture it in a vent bottle so that it doesn't present a risk and a hazard of conflagration.
It's a bit like in the BFG, the dream catchers, this time of night. He's catching the fumes. You must have watched the BFG.
I've read the BFG.
Have you?
Yeah,
There you go.
Yeah.
Well,
I was about 10, though.
I read it last week for the 25th time. No. But I have seen the movie, though, with that guy in it, who's very good.
Is it Mark Rylance. He plays the BFG, doesn't he?
He does, and he's very, very good. The computer gen in that movie is incredible. But yeah, it's about dream catching, and well, it's sort of like a flute that is catching the fumes there. I wonder where they go afterwards. They let them out into the atmosphere.
Keeps them in a box.
Yeah, in a cupboard somewhere. It's late at night, folks. Can you tell? An hour and 35 minutes or so for us to continue to push on, and even further than that for all of these teams. There will be an element of delirium creeping in, and certainly by the early hours of tomorrow morning. It's interesting to hear Andrew Marriott say we're getting closer to half distance. Well, technically we are, but still quite a way away from that.
Two and a half
hours away, and that's only halfway.
Yeah.
So
we're still going round and round. That's the key. That's the strategy. So what you're doing? You know, spoke to Joe Foster, bumped into him at dinner. How are you doing, Joe? What's happening? We're just going round and round. Yeah, that's what everybody's doing. And you know what? Pierre Caffer alluded to the number 18 Phoenix Audi, just trying to get back on terms with the leaders. And at the moment, you've got a situation. Elia Earhart's been in that car for an hour and 4 minutes. So he can do another 50, let's call that 55 minutes before he has to pit because of his driver stint window. He hasn't got the fuel in the car to do that. So we're going to see Elia Earhart come in before that 2-hour window. That's when Steve Agakani, the driver of the number 1, will retake the lead.
Yeah.
We see this all the time in endurance racing. Now, the way that will flip-flop all the way to the checkered flag, you've got to try and start. It'll get to a point in the race where you start to count back, and you're trying to get, and you can work out who's going to be first as we get to that point at the checkered flag. However, there are lots of variables, and at the moment, all you can do is calculate on a full green. When it goes to code 60, that changes, and it's a moving goalpost all the time. So with 14 and a half hours left, let's not get too hung up on that. Let's just continue what we're doing. We're going to see that lead flip-flop between those two cars, and then just hanging about, just behind, just keeping a watching brief on all of that, is the CP Racing Mercedes, and back in the mix, only 2 laps off the lead lap, is the WTM Ferrari. And of course, only a lap further back is the Poulsen Motorsport BMW. But at the moment, this is all about the Phoenix Racing Audi, who, as I speak, Johnny, is in for fuel. So the leader, the number 18, all the way from the back, 29th place in that first segment of race time, where Michael Doppelmayr started the car, brought the car in 29th place. That car now comes in with 14 and a half hours to go in the lead of this race. Phenomenal strategy by that team.
There are certain bits of software that I'm sure many of the teams have got up and down pit lane that will work out what the pattern of pit stops is right now. It's generally done with kind of oblong blocks, and you work out, oh, that car's just done a 30-lap stint, for example, and let's continue to map 30-lap stints all the way to the finish. That doesn't take into account any potential code 60, of course, but if you track it all the way to 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, you can therefore work out which 30-lap stint rotation is potentially going to win the race. But there is so much to change between now and then, as Stephen Agakani goes over the line to be the new race leader in the ST Racing BMW M4 after 272 laps. I've got a bit of software that's telling me potentially how many laps we're going to get to by 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And at the moment, we're on course for 688 total. So that's a further 415 to the 273 that we've already done. And I can tell you that is short of what we managed last year when Herbert Motorsport took victory in 2021. They managed 695 laps. There's a drama on track at turn 7 because the yellow flags are currently out, and Joe's got news.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Are we aware of that?
From the official 24H Series Twitter feed.
Yeah, it's the Sinker BMW number 444. It's been the pits for over an hour now, but it's an official retirement. The engine is gone.
Okay, no, I didn't know that.
Diana, I think that's hot off the press. Diana may be able to get down there to the Senka, the 444 numbered BMW.
So the reason for the yellows, and now indeed another code 60, is that the 19th placed car being driven by Taekyun Yang, so I reckon that's the Atlas BX Motorsport Mercedes AMG GT4, is off the road at turn 7 and deep in the gravel trap. So it is another full course caution live here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Once again then into a state of isolation and a state of suspension. The clock will still continue to tick by, but another pause in proceedings here at the Barcelona 24 hours. The city lights way over in the distance from this Grade 1 circuit, the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya, for the 23rd edition of the 24 Hours of Barcelona, and the IV Capital drone footage really does give us an idea of the nearby landscape, the mountainous surroundings here just off the coast of the Med. And we are using the LED lights in certain places. I was asking that question much earlier on in the weekend, but the Code 60 has been programmed into these almost F1 style LED boards. So the marshal's been using flags up until about 8 o'clock tonight, but much more efficient way now of warning those still taking part in this race is to illuminate these bright boards. And also there's a repeater in each of the cars supplied by the Lumirank system. So we were talking earlier about the numbers that are facing outward from the windscreen, but they also have inside the cockpit facing the driver. When you go Code 60, a little box lights up and says that the whole of the track is neutralised. And the Atlas BX Mercedes is having to do a quick U-turn to rejoin. Hopefully it's not too badly damaged.
It's the lead car in GT4. I think it's the only car left in the GT4 class, Johnny. The other GT4 runner is the Senka Motorsport BMW, we've just mentioned there in the pits, registering now as a retirement. It's been in there for about an hour and 6 minutes, and it's just registered as a retirement with an engine failure in that 444 number Senka Motorsport BMW. So GT4, all sorts of problems befalling the runners in that. The Mercedes from Atlas BX Motorsport rejoining the one back in the race.
Yeah, with damage. So Joe Bradley, Johnny Palmer in the commentary box, and still looking after matters in the pit lane here at Barcelona is Diana Binks.
And I'm with Robert Sinker, who you were just talking about. The BMW 444 has retired. It's in the garage. Looks like it's having a sleep in this garage, but what's happened to force you to retire the car?
Yeah, we had to retire due to engine failure. The engine is broken. We got some stone into the cooler, and then water temperature went too high, and the driver haven't noticed it in time, and drove the car with very high temperatures, and the engine is broken.
That's really frustrating, isn't it? Certainly, you know, at this point in the race.
Yeah, after yesterday's crash into the night qualifying, you remember, we worked late into the night to have it fixed till tomorrow, and it was fixed and good in the race. So, yeah, a long day before us, we thought about at least, but after 8 hours retirement, it has no sense to try to continue, because it's really big. It could be even more some bigger damage, and we don't want to. Yeah, so we prepare for the next time better, and we'll continue.
Disappointing for you and the whole team. You've all worked really hard.
Yeah. It is disappointing because 4 or 5 drivers were for the first time with us for the endurance race. We had such a program named Be a Race Driver for drivers, beginners, gentlemen drivers that want to start somehow their career. And so we had a real 4 beginners here, and they enjoyed a lot the race, and we wanted to prepare them the best cars possible, but this is a motorsport, a small stone in the cooler, and that's it. So yeah, we are not happy, but we are hoping for the next days.
Well, we wish you well, and we hope that the drivers have enjoyed what they've experienced so far, and they'll be wanting to come back.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Robert Jenker of Jenker Motorsport of Slovakia, or Slovenia. I can't remember which one it is now. It's certainly Slovakian driver Richard Gonda has just come in. And Schenker, well, Robert's actually from the Czech Republic, beg your pardon. He's from Brno, where we have raced in the past. And the other point I was going to make was, on one occasion, he raced himself. Well, he raced an FIA GT1 Celine in 2005.
Really?
Yeah.
What race?
It was part of
FIA GT?
The FIA GTs. In 2005, he only did one race, and I wonder whether it was at Brno, so he presumably brought in some local talent. It was a Graham Nash Motorsport run GT1.
Yeah. Know the car.
And he shared with Ryan Hooker and Luca Ardizzone. So next time, probably not under the circumstances where he's just retired the car, but next time Robert's at a 24H Series race, it'd be great to talk about his racing history, because it was relatively short. As I say, the one-off appearance in 2005 that I found, 2006 he did the Nürburgring 24 hours, then didn't do it until 6 years later in 2012, and has competed in the 24H Series, actually, as recently as 2019, surprisingly enough, in a BMW at Brno. So he is from the Czech Republic and now reverting to, or continuing with his team management and business within Schenker Motorsport. But
and it's great that he's brought beginners to endurance racing, and I hope they've enjoyed their experience. And you know what, motorsport's like this. I used to have a saying, to learn how to win in racing, you've got first that you have to learn how to lose, and you take the edge off the desperation to win when you just get used to the disappointment. And in motorsport, unless you're really lucky and really one of those special people who find themselves in the best car at the best time, you're going to do a lot more disappointment than you are, spraying champagne on the top step of the podium. Over the years, of course. It's very rare that, mind you, I did say that very line to my college students. And we went out and won that race at Snetterton with Martin Byford at their first attempt, and it was like, guys, it's not like this. This is not really what should happen, honestly. You
might have started your careers with your best ever race, or certainly all of the stars aligning as they did at Snetterton that day.
First motor races crew, and they win the race. It was like, oh, this is Donald.
Yeah, well,
What's
that's
Bradley
the danger,
been on
isn't it?
about? What's Bradley been on about all these months?
Yeah.
About how hard it is.
And then I'm sure reality bit soon after that. The 22 Wochenspiegel Team Monschau car with Nico Varone has just come into pit lane, and that car's best lap of the race, a 149.485. It's got some very rapid drivers within it, but a 149.4, compare that to the best lap so far from the BMW M4 of ST Racing. That's bound to be a Nick Whitmer time, and it's exactly the same pretty much, a 485 and a 494 for the last 3 decimal places. 909's back in the race, as we detailed at the time. Something like 5 hours, though, of repair work after Rick Breukers left the road in, frightening style, as in the car just did not slow down into turn number 1. And in the central console, I would have thought pit stop time is ticking up at the moment. So the moment that the car entered pit road, rather than the time that the fuel is going into. You can see the Lumirank system that is right in the driver's eye line, flashing code 60, and that, when you go back to green, will just be a green panel. But that's another reminder. There really is no excuse in the modern era of motor racing to say, I didn't see the flag, because you've got your own sort of private system there, beeping and shining at you according to where you are on the track. I wouldn't be surprised, actually, through GPS, that it also will show local yellows as well.
I was going to say that, Johnny. It probably does, yeah.
Yeah, if somebody's half spun and there are yellow flags at one particular corner, it will repeat those on the dash as well. Change around in the pit lane. Binksy probably off for the night now. Cheeky wine, maybe? Of course. Instead, Andrew Marriott in for the proper night stint.
Yeah, and I'm here with Michael Kroll. Michael, you're back in this series. It's great to see you here. How are you feeling?
Oh, it's not too bad. It's a test for us.
to see if we will try it again next year, the whole season. So we only have a small team, no pro drivers, and just having fun.
And are you having fun?
Until now, yes.
Very good. But you've got some people going pretty quickly in your car.
Yes, it's my son-in-law. He's the fastest driver. And we have 2 other colleagues, and they are faster than Chantal and me. So, like before, I mean, Christian and Candice was with us. It's the same.
I've seen you at breakfast time, being a very loving granddad.
Yeah, that's fun. That's the most fun part of life. And now the 2 kids are with us in all the races, so that's the best part of it.
Excellent. The car you're running, is that the car you ran in the past?
Yeah, it's the same car, just another livery.
Very good. Well, we do want to see you back next season. You've got a smile on your face, so I hope you're going to be with us.
Let's try it.
Thank you, Michael Kroll.
Let's try it, he says. Well, that's certainly not a no, and more likely to be a yes, but we will wait to see, because competitors also would like to see a calendar, which is not very far away, folks, for 2023, and then they can start to slot things in. That was the point that Ola Dollerman was making in this very commentary box not too long ago. It is a must to happen.
What is a must is that number 11 Hofer Mercedes needs to have a great run to the finish, and everybody within that team, Michael Kroll and the Kroll family, Chantel and her husband Alex, as he said there, the quickest driver in the car, they need to be absolutely enthused by what they've done here. And I know we've still got 14 hours, so a long time to go, but they're experienced.
Yeah,
they've encountered and experienced disappointment in motorsport, as well as, you know, they know what it's like to win races, they know what it's like to win their class, and they know what it's like to be crowned champions as well. That's a car that doesn't look it's in the right place. It's the 403 again, Johnny. That's the GT4 leader off the track again, trying to find the track by the looks of that. Look at the debris all over the track there. Gravel.
I'm now trying to think, are we seeing replays? Was that the car being towed to a safe position at the back of the gravel trap and then effectively rejoining? Because I'm not convinced all of this is absolutely live footage. It might well have been the 403 car returning to the racetrack. It had gone off at turn 7 though, hadn't it? And I think we saw it rejoining just beyond turn 10.
Yeah, it looked to me as though it had gone off behind the wall at like 10, between 10 and 11. And it came back on around that loop at 12.
I agree.
I think that's a fresh off for that car.
Well, it's still carrying the damage on the left-hand side around the skirting area of that car. And the sill, the left-hand side sill, and that car then, let's just have a look. I mean, piercing headlights. I'm just trying to grab sight of how much damage is on that car. Well, there's the 909 machine, which returned to the racetrack not too long ago. Yes, and there is still some, well, superficial damage to that car, but it doesn't seem to be affecting necessarily its straight line speed between turns 9 and 10. Running a touch wide there, one of the Porsche Cup cars. And benefiting from that, I think, was the Red Camel example as they work their way through turn 12 and then on towards the tricky turn 13, which can, in certain versions of this Barcelona circuit, be much faster. You run further into the corner and bypass the chicane, but we're using the Grand Prix circuit this weekend, where the chicane is very much used, and
it makes that final turn really, really quick. And the cars,
when you've not been through the
GT3 cars,
chicane.
and the GT4 cars and the Cup cars, when you miss out the chicane and go through that fast right, missing the chicane, and then that makes that final turn absolutely on the knife edge, and the cars are really teetering. It's not flat out, but it's very, very fast. It's bordering on absolutely flat chat in one of the high-end gears, and so, you know what, discretion better part of valor. Let's use the chicane.
Yeah, and not necessarily when you're racing another car in your class, but it does provide an overtaking opportunity if you're looking to lap somebody, because you need a hard stop somewhere around this circuit. Turn 1 is very fast on the approach. Yes, you're shaving off a lot of speed, but it's got to be a full-blooded overtake, fully alongside to get it done at 1. And then because 2's a left-hander, you may not even actually get fully past until the exit of 3. So that's tricky. Turn 5 is an overtaking opportunity, certainly downhill on the approach, but you need a good exit out of 4. 8 at times, or it's actually turn 7, isn't it? Turn 7, yeah. But these days, turn 10 is much faster than it was 2 years ago, and harder to get through at turn 10 when you're battling fellow class members. But as I saw a couple of occasions 2 weeks ago, a chicane attempted overtake can either come off beautifully or you end up T-boning somebody, and there's not really a kind of middle ground between those two. So you've got to be fully confident that you're going to get the overtake done. We haven't seen much overtaking into that chicane unless it's GT cars trying to get by TCRs, and it's pretty handy in that respect.
Our screen doesn't go down far enough to see what the progress of the 909, the Red Camels car, is, Johnny. But I know you've got access to
a bit further down.
So where are they exactly?
They're last.
Yes.
Because they had 5 hours out, of course.
Yeah, of course.
So they've just ticked off 100 laps.
All right.
Which is a little milestone.
And how many are they
no, sorry,
the
beg
next
pardon.
car? 114.
What, yeah. Just done 4 laps in a space of 2 seconds there, but that was because my timing screen was slightly behind.
How far are they off getting on the screen?
Which is the top, what did you say?
It's 40,
36.
It's 48.
Yeah,
48 laps.
48 laps is quite a way back, but the 701 Vortex, which is the car occupying 36th position overall, has also been in difficulties, namely that big oil leak. An hour and 15 to go. Let's make another trip down to the pit lane and to Mariotti.
Yeah, well, I noticed the second BMW dropped back 2 or 3 places, and now I've got to the bottom of it. They really got caught in that problem with the fuel pumps not working. They actually lost a couple of laps with it, so that's why they've been dropped. They dropped back.
That is so. I mean, file that under bad luck. That's frustratingly bad luck when it's nothing to do with you. I mean, there's nothing we can do. It's a system malfunction, really. It is unfortunate. They've got to pick themselves up. They've got to keep their heads up. They've got to, that's the way the cookie crumbles. There's no other way of dealing with it. That's where they are. They've dropped to 5th place. They're 4 laps off the lead lap, but they're only a lap off the Ferrari ahead of them. So, there's nothing stopping them being able to get back into contention. And an overall podium looms, doesn't it? The car is part of the Pro-Am, and it's 3rd in the Pro-Am subclass. So they are going to be spraying champagne if it stays the way it is, of course. Still a long way to go. Stephen Agakani at the wheel of the ST Racing car. He's been in that car 32 minutes now. Pia Kaffer doing the chasing now in the Phoenix Audi. We knew he was standing by waiting for Elia Earhart to come in, and Pia had just been in the car just under 17 minutes there, so plenty of time. Shane Lewis now at the wheel of the number 85 CP Racing Mercedes. They're in 3rd place, just a lap down off the lead lap. It's the hotshot Nico Veroni, who's back at the wheel of the WTM Racing Ferrari. He's in 4th place for the number 22, and he's 2 laps off the lead lap. Roland Poulsen, we've just been talking about, and then we've got the Huber Racing Porsche, Wolfgang Triller, at the wheel of the 23 in 6th place. It's the recovering Robert Rennauer of Herbert Motorsport in the number 91, the pole sitter and winner here last year. And Robert on for a 3rd win if they can get that 91 Porsche back into contention. However, they are 6 laps off the lead lap after the problems continue. 2022 has been a season for them to forget, and no question. It's been for no real reason other than circumstances that have prevailed have just been so bad luck, much bad luck. 8th place, the number 11, Alex Prince. We've just heard from Michael Kroll. He's the quickest driver in that Hofer car. They are in 8th place, and they're on 273 laps. They're 6 laps off the lead lap as well. Lars Viljoen in the number 71, the Utah Audi. They're 9th overall, 9th in GT3, 6th in the Pro-Am subclass. It's only 21 seconds behind the Hofer car ahead of him. They are lapping pretty similar lap times. Lars last time by just a 10th quicker, 53.5 for Alex Prince, 53.4 for Lars. So Lars, great to be back. He hasn't raced for 3 years. and he will continue to enjoy the rest of his Barcelona 24 hours, no doubt, in that Utah car. The first of the 992 cars, Yannick Redont in the Renault Racing Porsche, leads on 272 laps. I've got to say, Bert Redont, the father of Yannick and Ayrton, a clear petrol head and motor racing fan, calling his kids Yannick and Ayrton, isn't it? I mean, Yannick, no doubt that Yannick's been named after Yannick Dalman.
You would have thought so.
You would have thought so. And I can't imagine who Ayrton has been named after. I'll have to think hard about that one.
Yeah. No. See, I'm trying to. There is a joke in there somewhere, because there are many Ayrtons now that have crept into motorsport. And I was trying to think of one, but I can't.
Yeah. Isn't there a driver in Formula 4 who's about 15, 16?
Yeah. Precisely.
We know that who he's named after. He's named after.
You would have thought so.
Ayrton Senna, isn't it?
Who? Who's that again? Sorry, Joe. Let's get to Andrew Marriott, because surprisingly enough, you want to add on this subject. Go on.
Remember the Indy driver, Ayrton Dare.
I don't.
A great name for a race driver.
That's a typical IndyCar driver name, though, isn't it?
Well, it's Indy Lights driver, actually.
It's like Scott Speed.
Well, that's the best name of all.
Yeah. Defo.
Carlos Pace, or Pace.
Carlos Pace, yeah.
Just, guys, look at Robert Renau's tyres now. He's been down into the 149s. So too is Nicolas Ferroni in the Ferrari. So some really quick times coming as we head towards 11 o'clock at night. So the track is obviously in pretty good condition.
Yeah, not surprising at all that the temperature has dropped, although still not quite to the lowest that it will get this evening, but possibly a bit more cloud cover. To be honest, it's difficult now, peering at the sky, to know how much cloud is above us, but the cooler temperatures will be liked by the race engines, and also the fact that the sun is no longer beating down onto the track surface, with potentially a bit of UV in there, which affects the chemical makeup of the tyre that's already been laid down on the track surface. Hankook rubber down onto a nice warm racetrack that will be retaining its heat still from Saturday late afternoon, early evening. But that's the reason why, well, normally not quite this early, but maybe 3, 4, 5 a.m. is often when the track gets at its quickest. And I remember my early days of covering Le Mans, you had to really be paying attention at 4, 5, half 5, that's something like that, to make sure you didn't miss the fastest lap of the race, which was so often set in that happy hour, as it was often called. I wonder whether we'll get that here at Barcelona. Rattling the curb there on the exit of turn 5 is the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini, still with bits of thread dangling from the back of that, a legacy of the damage that was done at the start of the race this afternoon. We're an hour and 7 minutes away then from Saturday night becoming Sunday morning, but everybody else with their minds set on purely the next, well, the rest of the current stint, have just seen the fastest lap of the race for one individual car. So that's not an absolute best, but it is a PB for the WTM Racing Ferrari. It's not surprising to me to see that that's just been done by Nico Verone. I told you he was good.
Yeah, you called it, didn't you? You're really impressed with that young man. And I tell you what, though, Robert Renauer is almost matching that 49.8. 49.899, his fastest lap, car's fastest lap, 49.1. And as Andrew pointed out, keep an eye on Robert Renauer. 32 seconds, the gap to the Huber Racing Porsche. And that car, last time through, 51.6. So that 32 seconds is going to disappear very, very quickly if Robert Renauer can keep that pace. And you know what? There's no reason why he can't. How's Lars Viljoen doing, chasing down Alex Prince? Alex, last time through, 52.6. Lars, 52.4. So he's chipping away, isn't he? He's chipping away ever so slightly. So we've got a battle developing for 8th and 9th. Alex Prince in the Hofer car, the number 11, and Lars Viljoen in the number 71 Utah car. But also Robert Renauer chasing down that 6th place Wolfgang Triller-driven Huber Racing Porsche. All exciting stuff. Never over until it's over, is it, JP?
Well, certainly not in this first half of the race, with plenty of action still to come, I'm sure, and a question of always being mindful of your surroundings, particularly now when it's very difficult to know which car is on your boot lid. All you're going to see is this big glare of LED headlights, or indeed from the car you've just lapped, exactly the same. So the very clever drivers out there will be able to know whether they need to stay on the racing line or whether they can just continue to push on to do some lappery themselves. But pretty daunting if you're not used to the lack of light here, and also where the artificial light can suddenly pop up, because quite a bit of this Barcelona circuit folds back on itself. So I'm sure there are a few places where you're going to get headlights coming back at you briefly. And again, it's important to use night practice to be aware of that well ahead of time. The 22 has its door numbers well and truly illuminated. I think one or two Porsche Cup cars could learn well from that, because I'm struggling to pick out 928, 908, 977, whereas the 22, there's no mistaking the WTM car, and also the windshield light as well from the Lumirank system.
He's just done another lap, Johnny, 49.373. Remember, his fastest lap in the previous one, 49.312. He's lapping in the 49.3s consistently.
And very neat and tidy, Verone through the chicane there as well. A near vertical look, Crows, as the Crow sees it, of the chicane from our IV Capital drone camera. It's a really clever bit of kit, this, because it can fly at high speed almost to keep up with the GT3 car, but then it can obviously pivot to drop the camera to look at, as I say, from a vertical angle right down onto key parts of this Barcelona circuit.
I think I said 32 seconds, the gap between the 11 Hofer car and Lars Viljoen in the Utah car, didn't I?
Yeah.
It's down to 19.
Okay.
It's taking chunks. Lars is taking chunks out of Alex. I'll keep an eye on that, JP.
Yeah, so that will be for 8th and 9th positions. It is a Pro-Am car catching an AM machine.
Pierre Caffer responds. He's dipped into the 49s. This is turning into a bit of a race, isn't it? 49.8, which matches the 49.8 of Robert Renauer. Last time through there, 51.0 for Renauer. Gap down to 29 seconds to the Huber car. Viljoen just on 20 seconds, actually, 19.985. Well, let's call that 20, not to be pedantic.
I think it's a mixture of stuff happening. Clearly the track's in great condition right now. You've got the air consistency, which will be bang on perfect for engines as well. And are these necessarily turbocharged cars? Well, the Ferrari is twin turbocharged 3.9 litre V8. The Audi's not. That's a naturally aspirated 5.2 V10 in the middle of that Audi. So it's not necessarily to do with naturally aspirated versus turbocharged cars, because we're seeing good pace there. But I think plenty of rubber gone down on the track in the opening 10 hours of this race. Air quality is good, as we now get the fastest lap of the race from Nicolas Verone. It's a 1:49.023. To be honest, the PB he'd set through Sector 1 was giving me the idea that that might happen. So the two-star men, Caffer and Verone, really turning up the wick. They've also, I think, found themselves in parts of the track where there's just no traffic. So nice clear road in front of them, and let's utilise that as much as possible. Are they both on the same bit of circuit? No, not quite, because Verone's just got into the middle sector, whereas Caffer is about to complete a lap in the shortest final sector. Half spin for the CP racing car. Yeah, 90 degrees to the direction of travel, and the 85 car actually just about got away with that for Shane Lewis. He was off the road. That was at turn 11, I reckon, or coming out of 12.
Yeah.
And now into 13 and dropping down into the chicane.
Yeah, easy to do. Gap between Herberger car and Huber Racing, both Porsches, down to just under 27 seconds now. And that gap between the Utah Audi and the Hofer Mercedes, that's still on 19 seconds. So he took a second out that last time by. There is Alex Prince just across the line. A 52.5 was the lap time. So we'll just wait a few seconds for Lars Viljoen to take the Uta car across the line. So remember, gap last time by just on 19 seconds. So we wait a few seconds for that to sort itself out. It's about the same, I'd say. In fact, it's gone up. It's gone up. 53.9 was Lars's time. So that's ebbing and flowing somewhat. It's out to 20 seconds now. So it was quite a chunk of time. It is coming down slowly, but it's ebbing and flowing of obviously how these cars are getting through the traffic, and they will put these blistering lap times in. For instance, Veroni there, 50.3 last time through. So they are encountering slower traffic, which is the very nature of endurance racing, is how you, not just how you produce the lap time, but how you get through the traffic. And this is where things always go wrong. There's a pressure on drivers to cleanly get through traffic, especially in the GT3 cars, and not get tripped up and not cause themselves lap time loss. And that's where the pressure comes with, you know, at this stage of the race, just under 14 hours now. We've just ticked by another hour there, Johnny. That went by very, very fast. And that's the 9:10 going slowly.
Yeah, again,
it's just
on
coming,
and out lap, isn't it?
Just coming out, yeah. He's slowing down to let the traffic go through. That's the E2P Racing Porsche. It's second in 991. It's Pablo Buguera at the wheel of the 910 now.
So Buguera, again, just being a little cautious as he rejoins the motor race. He has been in two previous events in the 24-hour series, but they've both been this season. And although the same team, different classes. So, for example, he was at the Spa 12 hours earlier in the season, and that was in a 991 class car from the Spanish squad. And after that, went to Hockenheim to race a Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car with the crew. So, which is the same car, I hear you saying, but it's they were different classes. That was the difference. So 991 at Spa, it will put into the GTX category, but still in a cup car at the Hockenheim event. And we see that a few times, actually. We haven't got it in that scenario this weekend, but if a Porsche Cup car is running slightly different configuration, maybe with ABS, rather than how a kind of pro cup car is normally operated, they'll put it into the GTX category rather than the standard 991. The two gull-wing doors open on one of the Vortex. It's the 702 that has come down pit road. So 702 being brought in by Lionel Amrouche. And this Amrouche-driven car is second in GTX, behind the Lamborghini still of Lippert Motorsport.
Looked like a problem there, Johnny, didn't they? The two gull-wing doors opened up, and a huge fan sat on the kind of the door, the entrance to the door, blasting air into the cockpit across Lionel Amrouche, who is his friend. That just shows how muggy and how warm it still is out there. It certainly hasn't gone. There's not a freshness to the air. It's still over. It's 23 degrees out there, and it's the air's got a thickness to it, which is great. I love it.
I love kind of being patient to wait for these conditions, because it's almost like, you know, a matter of survival through the course of the day. And actually 1 o'clock's quite early to be starting a 24-hour race. We've been used to Le Mans through the years, hovering between a 3 and a 4 o'clock start. Daytona's always, well, it's slightly off the hour, isn't it, Daytona? It can be 3:40, 4:40, something like that, but that's mainly for TV.
It's always very close between Dubai and Daytona. I think it's about...
Oh, in terms of the night time, yeah.
Yes,
but what I mean is, the later you start it on a Saturday, obviously that's the longer run then into Sunday, whereas because you start a race at 1 o'clock, and this race in the past has started at midday, then you're doing a lot of running on the Saturday, and then you feel like the run to the flag on Sunday is slightly easier in that respect. There's still a 24-hour race, but it's how it plays with the mind.
And when we finish at 1 o'clock tomorrow, it's not. The weather's not at its hottest until about 3 or 4 o'clock.
Yeah. So we have had another race hour, as Joe mentioned. We have now put 10 hours into the books. So a couple of hours away from half distance. And the ST Racing GT3 BMW M4 in the hands of Stephen Agakani, leading the way after 287 laps then. That is the car that he shares with Samantha Tan, Nick Whitmer and Bryson Morris. They've all been doing a really good job to produce a consistent pace. The car's best lap time set earlier on in the race with a 1:49.4. Second place, 50 seconds back, is the Phoenix Racing Audi R8 LMS for Pierre Caffer. And in third position, it's Shane Lewis and the CP Racing Mercedes AMG. So, and actually, when you put the Ferrari into the mix as well, that's 4 different manufacturers in the top 4. BMW, Audi, Mercedes and Ferrari. So balance of performance seems to be just about bang on as well. The WTM racing car 4th. Then the first repeat manufacturer is from Poulsen Racing with their BMW M4 in 5th. Huber Racing's Porsche in 6th place. No Porsches in the top 5 because, of course, well, from a GT3 perspective, I suppose we've had the bad luck, haven't we, for Herbert particularly. Huber have just been going about their business and they are entered as a Pro-Am car. So, but yeah, again, they've not necessarily had a clean run to this point. They've got 2 very strong drivers, Manuel Lauk and Mark Basseng, and then the others are the AMs finding their pace and identifying it correctly. Herbert trying to get back into the top 6 overall. That would be a real treat for them, and you know, who knows what might happen when they get to daybreak. Hoffa Racing, making a return to the championship, are in 8th position with their Mercedes AMG. There's a car off the road, which we'll deal with in a moment, but the Jutta Racing Audi R8 is in 9th place and 9th in class. Leading the 992 class is the Red Ant Racing Porsche Cup car, number 903, currently being driven by Yannick Redont. Then it's the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche that has Amedeo Pampanini driving it, 10th position. The class leader for the older Porsche Cup cars is still Willy Motorsport by Ebby Motors, number 955. Second in the 992s is the HRT Performance, the 929 numbered car, and the sister machine right behind it on the timing screen. They're 13th and 14th. Seb Lejus Racing by Duvo Racing entry, which is another Porsche 992, that's car 908, is 15th. And then it's the Rabdan Motorsport, similar car, number 977. 17th position for the 360 Racing team. They have a brand new Porsche Cup car as well, the team from Andorra. Lippert Motorsports GTX Lamborghini Huracan leading its class, 18th in the GTs, but crucially up front for the GTX cars. Atlas BX Motorsport, they've been off the road a few times of late, but they haven't lost the class lead in GT4. 360 Racing have another car in 20th position. Bapora Motorsport are there in 21st. In fact, both of the Spanish squads have found one another on the timing screen. Different vintages of Porsche Cup car, but Bapora and E2P sit 21st and 22nd. The 702 Vortex 23rd, that's the better of the 2 French cars. The 720 RD Sainz Lamborghini is 24th. 25th for Schenker Motorsports BMW. That's a bit of a misnomer because it is out of the race now because of engine failure. Vortex V8, the 701 in 27th, and the 909 car trying to recover any of its places. We've gone code 60 because of the Viper Nizza Racing TCR, which is off the road and stopped. It is in 8th position on our graphics, but Wolf Power lead the TCR class, still in a very strong position. Marlon Menden doing the driving in their Audi RS3, I should say. Remember, we're in touring cars now. Cupra Leon Competition, the BBR 158 of Thailand, is second. AC Motorsports Audi RS3 in 3rd position, and AC's car is currently in the hands of Mathieu Detry, who's dived into the fueling area because of this latest code 60. The 159 car, another Cupra, is in 4th from Team BBR. Ray L'Equipe by Totcar Sport in 5th, also with a Cupra. Of course it would be for a Spanish team. Simpson Motorsports Audi RS3 running in 6th. Holmgard Motorsports Cupra Leon in 7th, and then the Viper Nizza car, which is currently off the road. And just outside the top 8 the class leader in TC remains the 332 Hoffa Racing by Bonk Motorsport car, and car 332 has Michael Bonk driving it, but also he's gone into the fueling area as well. So 165 has Dominic Ang at the wheel. Marshall's just chatting to Dominic now to talk through the procedure of getting his car recovered. And this car seems to go either very, very well, or it's being towed from not necessarily an accident, but just a slight off-track moment. I don't think this shouldn't have done any damage necessarily to the car, but then you wonder why it can't get away from the grassy area, which I think is somewhere between turn 5 and
is
turn
that not the run
6.
down from 3 to 4?
3 to 4. No, it's 2 downhill for that. I think it's coming out of 5. Yeah, and it is the yellow flag's at 5.
Yeah,
so it's the left-hand and it's driver's left on the run down into 6 and 7.
Yeah. So that's not a good sign. It looks like the driver's just pulled that off. As the second and third place cars come into the pits, Pierre Caffer, he's been in fueling already. He's pulled up. He's staying in the car by the looks of things. And that car's already on its way out. So full advantage taken of that Code 60 situation by the second place Phoenix Racing Audi and also the CP Racing Mercedes, yeah.
I thought the mechanic had completely misjudged that, but that's a very cool way of getting a wheel upright by sort of jumping on.
It's just being very cool, wasn't it?
It was like a skateboard, jumping on one side of the wheel to get it vertical. Andrew Marriott was watching that, and more crucially, the pit stop.
Yeah, very quick pit stop, wasn't it? And just threw some new tyres at it, and off they went. They're definitely having a big push now to take the lead, maybe in the next hour.
Well, Stephen Agakani follows him in, the SD Racing BMW now in the fueling. You'll have the SD car with you very shortly, Andrew, and from my estimation, it may not be very long before we see that TCR car recovered to one of the access roads, getting it off the track rather than towing it all the way around. Brake change for the 188, taking advantage at 13 hours and 47 minutes to go. We are seeing, was that a pad change that I saw there, or just a bit of maintenance, keeping that brake pipe out the way so that it doesn't scuff?
So 5 nuts to loosen and to tighten at the other end as well. So it's not a quick process, but they're well rehearsed. And Andrew Marriott, as you heard, is down and watching this one as well.
Yeah, absolutely right. It wasn't a brake change, just a bit of organisation behind the disc there. And as you see, the rattle gun going here. But it's a bit of a palaver, isn't it, getting all these off? And I noticed when they put the wheels on, I'm just watching here, the old NASCAR trick, of course, was to have the nuts sort of loosely glued over the hole, so you didn't have to position the nuts. But this team don't know that trick, I don't think.
No, they've got wheel nut holders.
Oh yeah, they have. Yeah, I haven't seen that before.
Yeah,
no, that really works.
Yeah, and when they present the wheel nut holder is keeping the wheel nuts in place, and then it
I hope it's
pops
not
off.
hot.
No, it shouldn't be. That'll be cold, Andrew.
That's it. Oh, what a clever idea.
Simple as well, isn't it? Simple idea.
So that's quite possibly homemade, is it, with AC Motorsport?
Looks like it.
Yeah. Very swift indeed. Well, I would imagine a team up there. Yes, sorry, go on.
Also, the CP Mercedes made a pit stop, in that cycle there.
Yeah.
I'm going to just pop down and see what they have to say for themselves.
The leading BMW also into the pits for fuel only. Stephen Agakani already on his outlap, still maintaining that lead ahead of Pierre Caffer. And I think Andrew hit the right on the nose there, didn't he? And we have definitely got a race to the finish here, heading towards half distance.
Under a minute to the end of the Code 60, and you don't want to be caught in the pit lane if you could possibly help it. But WTM Racing didn't want to turn down the opportunity to make a stop in this Code 60, but I think they're going to be left stranded in the pit lane for a bit of, as we return to green flag running. The 910 Porsche is in the penalty box. I wonder whether that was connected to the incident with, remember, the RD Signs Lamborghini down at turn 5. It's a reasonably lengthy stay in the penalty box as we head back to Andrew, who you managed to find this time. 30 seconds before we go out of the Code 60, by the way.
Yeah, Shane Lewis just toweling himself down here and putting a couple of these patches on. This is a special thing, this day. You don't have a special badge that your son gave you, do you?
Yeah, no, I don't. I think that's pretty awesome. Espen Lav, he's got his family bringing in patches. Although I got my Turn 10, if everybody knows that from the group at Sebring. So I'm kind of do that in honor of my Turn 10 group out there back in Florida.
Yeah, a lot of fans down there at Turn 10, aren't there?
A lot of them, a lot of crazy fans, a lot of really, really good people. So, yeah, I just kind of like to bring that spirit along with me.
I think your stint went pretty well, but we did see you sideways at one point.
Yeah, after that one car kind of came back on the racetrack, it threw a bunch of stuff out there. It was totally my fault. I was just pushing and pushing, knowing that there was some spots on the racetrack that was, pretty dirty. Toward the end, once they pulled that one car out of the gravel, there was gravel everywhere. And I saw one car come out of pit lane dumping fuel, dumping gravel, and I should have been paying more attention just to check up in a couple of corners.
So you guys are doing your usual thing, just keeping it cool, running in your strategy, and everything looking good.
Yeah, I mean, we'd obviously like to have an overall pace, but the guys that are running up front, I mean, they're running really, really hard. Their cars are good, the drivers are good. I mean, our car's good and our dollar drivers are good, but they seem to be just like one step above us right now. So right now we got to play our game. We just like you say, we play our pit stops right, take everything clean, stay off the big curbs, and bring it home.
Work to Nestoril?
Yeah. Yeah.
Great stuff. I've got a couple of American friends who are part of that Turn 10 nutcase mob. Lee and Jerry Self, Rick Osman. Turn 10 at Sebring is where that Turn 10 thing comes from, the 12 hours of Sebring. And they basically decant on the inside of Turn 10 and they camp there for the whole week and enjoy the race. Lee's a bit of a semi-pro photographer, I think, if not a fully pro photographer by now. But we met them a long time ago, 1998. And by the power of social media, we keep in touch. So yeah, that's what that badge was for, that patch that Shane Lewis was sporting there, Turn 10, the Sebring 12-hour fan base. And he's right, this is a frantic pace there with fastest laps of the race coming in. And it's not really a surprise. We spoke about this earlier, didn't we? And the air is thick, the engines love it. They love there's more oxygen in the air. And the track temperature coming down, so the tyres aren't being overly used. Andrew, was that you? Were you shouting up there?
Yeah. We always say the Vortex people, none of them can speak English. They're all terribly French, although they've got the American engine and that big tube frame Vortex. Well, one of them speaks English because he's just come out to us and said to Seb and I, do you want a coffee? In pretty good English. And, they're going to bring us a coffee out, a very French coffee.
Well, I think we should have visionary proof of your coffee and maybe an opportunity for the only French-speaking member of the Vortex team to perhaps get a bit of an update on how their race is going, because they've had
the only English speaking, not the only French speaking.
You can speak French, did you say?
No, he's the only bloke. He didn't say, do you want a coffee in French? He said, do you want a coffee in English?
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, so have a chat to him in English, if he can speak.
Well, yeah, we'll get an update from them, because these boys just try so hard, don't they? They're real racers, and I love the concept of the car. It's very old-fashioned, got lots of grunt, very old-fashioned chassis. Wonderful aerodynamics, I think, and they just have fun.
Andrew, it must be like driving a firework. That tube frame, that little tube frame car with a Chevy V8 behind you, just strapped to your back, basically. And mind you, the guy who's just offered you a coffee, his extent of English might match my extent of French. Un café, s'il vous plaît. So that's about it from me.
Yeah,
so possible. We'll see.
You like a coffee? That might have been what he said. No, it's probably far.
Oh, here he is.
Yeah, here we go. Well, he's the driver assist guy.
Right. We really appreciate that. Thanks very much. How's it going? Obviously, you had the problem with the oil leak early on with the one car.
It's a little problem for the acceleration. Don't worry.
Very good. Oh, he's got his run back now, look.
Yeah, he's making coffee for the team, I think.
Yeah, I think he is.
Well, now that we've identified the English-speaking team member at Vortex, we're going to pester him to death, aren't we?
They're the very essence of this series, aren't they?
Yeah.
Seb, meanwhile, should drink his coffee rather than film me. Go on, Seb.
Seb's the very essence of this coffee. Maybe one day Seb will win the Spirit of the Race award, because Vortex have.
It's the very essence of this coffee and this championship. That's what you just said. Anyway, it's late. I've just been out for a quick pit stop on my own, and the loo out the back of the commentary box overlooks the turnstiles where the fans come in. They're still pouring in.
I know, it's incredible,
the car
isn't
park's
it?
busier than it's been all day.
It's 20 past 11 p.m.
Yeah.
And the Spanish culture is, at a weekend, they do things very late. It's cool, it's more enjoyable, it's not as hot, and they bring their families. It's not just hardened race fans, Johnny, is it?
Not at all.
They're dragging their kids out and all sorts.
It was interesting. Shane Lewis was talking about, the turn 10 posse at Sebring, and that's a kind of, big club which is ever growing because they're pretty enthusiastic in that part of the Florida racetrack there. But I was peering out of the window, as I say, here at Barcelona, and thought there are more people coming into the circuit right now than are leaving, and that gang over at the grandstand at turn 10 will be growing considerably. So they're well up for a bit of 24-hour racing here. There's only one held in Spain annually, and it's this one. 23rd year of the Barcelona 24 hours.
It always delivers, Johnny. The crowds. I remember at this time of night trying to make our way over to the paddock under the tunnel that goes under the track. And it takes a long time because everybody's just strolling, and the density of the crowd, and there's kids running around, and there's families got picnic blankets and wandering about the pits, because this is not a Formula One paddock, everybody. If you've ever got a chance to come and see a 24H series race, then please do, because you've got pretty much full access to the pits, and the paddock, I should say. Obviously, the working pits is a little bit foreboding, but you really do get a really massive insight, and you can see the teams and working really close, and you see the cars up close, and it's a fabulous atmosphere, and it's especially a fabulous atmosphere at the Barcelona 24 hours for the Spanish cultural reasons that you've just mentioned, JB.
The other thing that appears to be a very popular souvenir amongst spectators is a brand new coffee table supplied exclusively by Hankook.
Yeah,
because Hankook are not only supplying all the tyres here for the race cars, but once they're done and dead and for the scrap heap, their fans here are wheeling them back.
Wheeling them.
They literally, just rolling them along going, I'm going to put all sorts on this when I get home.
There was two guys, when I was coming back from dinner, they had 3 tyres each. Now, that is easy to get down the steps into the tunnel. They came to the bottom of the steps, and I was just behind them, and they turned to each other and kind of in Spanish obviously went, how on earth are we going to get these 6 tyres up there, just the 2 of us?
We got a problem here.
We
haven't thought this through. The 165 car, which is the Viper Nizza machine of Malaysia, arriving now on the back of the RACC flatbed. That's the Royal Automobile Club of Catalunya, by the way. And they are the guys that supply all of the marshals for this fantastic event year in, year out, and indeed the majority of the other racing events that take place here at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya. So with thanks to them and all the members that are included, because it's quite an undertaking to put an event on like this from an organisational point of view, but then you've got to marshal it, and you've got to marshal it for 24 hours. So those marshals will be on shifts as well, but they will be long working hours. And when I say working hours, I'm assuming marshalling is done the same here in Spain as it is in the UK, as in you don't get paid, well, you either get paid very little or nothing at all, because you're doing it for the love of the sport. So we're incredibly grateful for all members of the Royal Automobile Club Catalunya for, again, their efforts, whether you're flagging, whether you're dealing with extraction of vehicles, or indeed driving a flatbed to get that little Cupra back to the pit lane. Torquing up the rear wheels on the 702 or the 701. It was the 702, wasn't it, for Lionel Amrouche, because the 701 of Lucas Lezer is currently out on the racetrack, somewhere in that middle sector. So 702 about to rejoin. And it's been Well, no, this is a standard stop, isn't it? Because it's only been in the pit lane for a couple of minutes.
7:02 has been in the pit lane for 2 minutes and 16.
Now, did the 165 trigger the timing loop when it's on a flatbed, I wonder?
Good point. Yes,
5 minutes, yeah, I think it has done.
Yeah, it has.
So that's a clever system.
Has.
It might have been it might have been done all manually, of course, by timeservice.nl.
Now, just to remind everybody, if this is the first time to the 24H series, just because your car is being delivered back to the pit lane on the back of a flatbed truck, doesn't mean you're out of the race. The race organisation is getting that car back to you so you can fix that car and get back in the race. And as we see that car now being delivered to its pit garage, the reason why it was stuck, Johnny, was because it was waiting for the cars to clear from their pit stop. You don't want to have a truck there when a car pulls off the pit apron. Well, the 165 has arrived at the Viper Nisa pit, and it will be offloaded. And the whole of the flatbed the truck is one of those trucks where the whole of the flatbed is removed from the back of the truck and lies flat on the floor. And then I've got to say, JP, that there's nothing apparent that is damaged on that car. That Cupra looks fully intact on the right-hand side. We've done this before. Right-hand side, intact. Walk around the other side, completely demolished.
Yeah.
However, and I'm pretty sure we haven't seen the left-hand side of that car yet. Andrew's there. Andrew can tell us.
This is a very special flatbed, though, which kind of goes at 45 degrees and drops the car completely to ground level. Clever bit of kit, and it
Perfect
means
for race
that
cars.
the car is delivered virtually to the team's feet, Andrew.
It certainly is. It's a very good setup. So just walking around the car, I think there's damage to the right front suspension. And now I'm walking around the other side, and the left front looks okay. So I think they've got something damaged in the right front suspension, I would say. And they're just undoing the car, and it'll be off and into the very smart garage that these Malaysians have. They've got really professional sort of WEC type setup. I don't know if Seb, just show the crash helmets. They've got the special little windows to put their crash helmets in. You know, that's really posh, isn't it?
Yeah, that's World Endurance Championship.
See that at Le Mans, don't you? In phenomenal setups, and they've actually got lights within the boxes as well. So it's attention to detail, isn't it, Andrew?
Yeah, I'm just going to have a really good look at it. Look. And they've got their names underneath. Look, and we know from that Dominic Ang was driving the car when it had that problem. And little recesses. Look at this. Neon signs and the green paint, and of course the Malaysian flag here. It's outstanding.
Andrew, is that a fan that you place the helmet over and it blows fresh air into the helmet to dry it off?
Yeah, that dries the helmet out.
Yeah, fabulous idea. Yeah.
Well, hasn't helped them, of course.
Well, no, but I mean, you know, you've got to keep your drivers comfortable. There's nothing worse than putting a soggy helmet back on. It's all cold and wet and damp.
Oh, we can probably talk to Dominic now about what happened.
Yeah.
Dominic, what happened there? So you've got a problem with the right front suspension?
No, it's something due to the engine. So the water temperature was too high, so the team advised me to just stop the car and then tow the car back to be safe,
Suspension okay, but the engine's overheated?
Yeah, correct, it's engine overheating, so we worried maybe the water's leaking or something, So
had that problem earlier on?
Yes, correct, maybe we came in for refuel, so I don't know whether it's the same pipe or a different pipe,
Disappointing, but have you enjoyed racing at Barcelona, coming all the way from Malaysia?
Yeah, definitely. The track is great, it's the F1 track, and even all the F1 team do testing here. So it's definitely a great track to come and race in.
Great to see you here.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, and Dominic, I think, therefore never raced here before. I'm just looking at the stuff he's done in the past. Late noughties, he was in Formula BMW Pacific, then moved on into GT Asia in the mid-2010s. Clearly raced at Sepang a number of times, and in fact was a champion in the Asian LMS Cup on a single occasion. That was in 2017. Also raced in the Le Mans Cup. So was that the road to Le Mans? Yes. So did that in Ligier. So has raced at Le Mans on the full circuit, just not in the big race, but did both of the support outings in an LMP3 car. and he's raced in the 24-hour series previously when there was that TCR 500 race at Spa in the Viper Nizza racing car as well. So been racing for a good number of years, you know, karting stretching back 20 plus years or so, and a useful driver certainly to have in the car. And we were hearing earlier on about the Genkia Motorsport BMW that, you know, engine temperatures weren't too happy on that car, and said driver continued to pound round. You need to have some knowledge of whether it's safe to do that or not, and clearly Dominic is a safe pair of hands. The team called him in and they'll try and sort that issue out, but it is a reoccurring problem for the overheating of car 165.
Yeah, you know what, Johnny, once you've got that, it tends never to go away. It always is just a management job for the rest of this race, and I can't say, and you're damaging the engine all the time. You're running it up to those extreme temperatures. You're damaging it. The engine tends to warp. You can twist a head or something and end up with a misfire and stuff, and it doesn't bode well for that car with that problem. It does bode very well for a race for the lead of this race. Stephen Agakani at the wheel of ST Racing, lapping in the late 52s, 52.8 last time by. Pierre Caffer, however, 51.6. So the gap is coming down. It's about 35 seconds now. And so we've seen that gap come down constantly in the last few laps.
Another half an hour ticked by, 13 and a half still to go. Let's get another update from pit lane, Andy.
Yeah, but Elliot Earhart now been doing a great job here in the Phoenix car. Really good lap times from you.
Yes, thanks a lot. For us it's important, the championship. At the moment we are P2 in the race, but after 12 hours there are some points. We need this point for the championship. That's the reason we are pushing now.
Are you really pushing at the moment?
Yeah, we are pushing a lot. Now Pierre's in the car and the next one is me, and then we will see.
Let's see. So you might get those top points. Let's see what happens. I've been enjoying racing in Barcelona in the dark.
Yeah, a lot. The guys from Phoenix and the girls did an amazing job. The car is very, very good. All my teammates did a very good job at the moment. Yeah, and now we have, I think, 13 hours to go, huh?
Yeah.
It's a lot of time, but yeah.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
He's getting ready to get in the car.
Hey, Andy, ask before he dashes off.
Yeah.
Elliot injured his hand at Portimao, trapped it in the door during a pit stop.
Another quick question.
And had to drop out.
You hurt your hand, didn't you, at Portimao?
Yeah, my hand now it's okay. The doctors say everything is fine. We had a small accident last time. It happens, yeah, but now everything is okay and I'm fit to drive.
Very good, thanks very much.
Yeah,
there we got the answer.
I think he's proved that, hasn't he? He's fit to drive, but he's had 2 months to recuperate and get that hand back up to fitness. So I don't know if he's been doing any racing in the interim or whether he went on holiday like normal people would. However, he's not normal because he's involved in motorsport, so he's probably been racing something somewhere or other. But his hand was really badly damaged. If you can, you weren't at Portimao, Johnny, of course.
I wasn't.
It was Hindhoff and I and Binksy.
But that was it early July, sort of second weekend of July.
I think so. Yeah.
So he was racing at Spa later on in that month, amazingly enough, in the GT2 Championship. So let's just have a look. No, actually, I can't tell you whether he was at that specific meeting. He has been competing in GT2, but that was possibly a bit too early for him to be coming back again. He was also at the Nürburgring 24 hours, but that was before that July event, and when he raced with Twin Bush by Equipe Vitesse, and they had an Audi R8 LMS as well. So mainly sticking with Audis, and pedals them very swiftly indeed. I have to keep reminding myself, he is bronze rated, but he's a blooming quick bronze, and possibly an AM Plus on the sheet. Let's just check. Number 18. Yeah, he is AM Plus. You got the 2 standard AMs, in inverted commas, which is Michael Doppelmayr and Sven Herberger, and then the full-out pro is Pierre Caffer.
Now, Michael Kroll, who has just taken over, relatively speaking, that number 11 Hofer car, the Hofer Mercedes, back in the pits with what looks like a problem. I'm sure Andy's not that far away from there, but he's in with a problem. I detect that by what the way the team have gone about it. They're shaking the wheel, the rear wheels, the front wheels. I would suggest that Michael's reporting a vibration. That might be caused by pickup. Hindhoff can tell you a great story about pickup around the Circuit of Catalunya. That's for another time. So it might be pickup or it might be a problem. And the problem with a vibration is it tends to lead to other problems because basically the car just rattles itself to death in certain ways if you try and live with the vibration, if you can't find exactly what it is that's loose causing it. So it could be something as like a wheel weight dropped off, so the wheel's out of balance, something like that, and that's what the Hofer team are having a look at now.
We've mentioned John a number of times. I think this is a suitable point to be mentioning that you can hear a bit more John Hindhaugh overnight to accompany the onboard pictures of this race, because remember, our commentary crew will be closing things down from midnight local time. That's 11 p.m. in the UK. And if you go to the radio-show.co.uk website, you can find out wherever you are else around the world how the times fit in with your day. But when we sign off, you will have car noise and onboard cameras on the live stream, but that's a perfect time to tune into RS1, or indeed stay tuned to RS1 for a 3:30 start Central European summertime for the build-up to the 5th round of the season of the FIA World Endurance Championship, live from Fuji Motor Speedway. It's a 6-hour race. John's doing the whole thing on his own, I think, bless him, along with pit lane updates from Louise Beckett, but from 4 a.m. local, so this is Central European Summertime, 3 a.m. if you're in the UK, live on RS1, as we have been doing all season, the FIA World Endurance Championship live from Japan. It's all 6 hours of it, with 30 minutes of build-up, and also some recapping, some looking back on the event for about 15 minutes afterwards as well. Now, that will bleed into our coverage of, or restarting our Barcelona coverage, but I'm sure there's a way that you can kind of have, you know, a live stream on one computer and maybe your phone with the RS1 coverage to be across both races. Otherwise, it's only the last kind of hour and a half or so where they overlap.
Well, you've got two ears, haven't you? Plug in one ear and
exactly.
Wreck in one ear and Barcelona 24 in the other.
And then you need to find a third ear to listen to the NLS coverage that continues tomorrow as well, because Bruce Jones and Peter Snowden have been doing a wonderful job on that elsewhere on the Radio Show Limited network as well. RS3 for live action from the Nürburgring.
They're all available for download by next week, though. So
exactly.
You know,
by the end of the weekend, I would hope.
Yeah.
You can go back and revisit anything you've missed. Clearly, Barcelona is the priority. We say that because this is where we're here. So this is the best event on the network. But whilst we have a bit of downtime overnight for 8 hours, FIA WEC, I would suggest, on RS1. Here's Pit Lane Andy again.
Yeah, well, Hofer Racing have got their own feed. I don't know if you can see it on the screen, but they do have their own feed here. And all the groups, 7 or 8 mechanics and team members were all gathered around looking at it for a little while. They watched it for about a couple of minutes, and then they decided everything was all right. And I just wonder if I talk to Alex Prince down here, who's having, I'm not sure if this is an early breakfast here, or is it a late dinner?
I had my earplugs in.
Yeah, is that a late dinner or an early breakfast?
That's a late dinner and easy stuff, because shortly I go back in the car. So yeah, just an easy dinner.
So how are you enjoying this family atmosphere here with your young children and your wife racing? I mean, it's a great situation.
Yeah, it's just amazing. We love it. We joined Creventic 3 years. We have been like 6 years with Creventic before, and now we are back. We just love the atmosphere. It's really familiar. We are back after 3 years now, and all the teams come to us and say, "Oh, it's great to have you back for the challenge." It's amazing.
Yeah, well, I was talking to your father-in-law a few minutes ago before he got in the car, and he wouldn't commit to next season, but I got the impression that you're going to do it.
Right now, it looks good. We really have fun. It's like we knew it from before. We were not sure how is the atmosphere with all kind of professional teams. But yeah, we love it. All the atmosphere, all the people, seeing all the faces again. It's amazing. Yeah. Also you.
Oh, thank you very much. Is the car all right? We thought Michael, was there a bit of a problem with the car? Did he think the wheels were out of balance or something?
Yeah, he had a small contact with the Porsche. It looks fine, so yeah. no issue. He can continue.
Okay, well done, Dad.
Alexander Prinz.
Looks like he's eating his baby's food there.
Maybe.
I have no idea what that...
I think it's a bit of tuna.
I don't blame him, actually, because baby food is actually awesome.
Do you eat that stuff?
I used to when my kids were...
When you were a baby?
When my kids were babies, yeah.
Really?
I used to love it when they left stuff. It's like...
Okay, as long as you're not taking food from them.
The breakfast porridges with flavoured porridges and stuff. Oh,
you were asking me the question earlier on, what was the kind of big year for Hoffa Racing, and you were bang on right. It was 2017. They had a dream season with a clean sweep of titles in every category that they entered, winning the overall GT Teams title, the A6 class title as it was called then. It wasn't called GT3, it was called Class A6, and the A6 AM subclass as well. And the driver lineup that year, Chantal Kroll, as she was called in those days, Michael Kroll, her dad, Kenneth Heyer, Roland Eggerman, who we've not mentioned a great deal of lately. But Roland Eggerman, it was a big part of that. And Christian Frankenhout, the Dutchman. So Christian and Kenneth were the real gun drivers there, but the three other Swiss drivers were also part and parcel of that, and that was before when Alex Prinz stepped into the car, but he certainly made them very quick as well. Just under 20 minutes to go. Let's get straight back to the pit lane.
Yeah, down with them. I haven't spoken to today. Redden Racing, Ayrton Redden. You're having a very good run, but that Rob Huff's a bit quick.
Excuse me, I didn't understand the question, sorry.
Yeah, so you're having a very good run, second place at the moment.
Oh, we are leading in class right now. We are leading the 992 class by, I think, now 4 or 5 laps. So at this moment, everything is going according to plan. Just all in for the championship.
Now, we know that you're named after Ayrton Senna. Your brother, Yannick Dalmas?
No, actually, he's named after another car crash, but a real-life car crash, just out of the newspaper.
Oh, really? Because there was a Le Mans winner called Yannick Dalmas.
No, it's just, it's named after some guy in the newspaper.
What about this racetrack here? You enjoying it? I mean, it's a real challenge.
It's a very, very technical one. It's a real challenge, like you say. Every lap is, of course, with these tires and these temperatures, everything is suffering a bit more. And it's a real challenge to get everything right.
Now, your name's Redant. You call the team Red Ant, but at the beginning you didn't. When you started racing, this came later. This idea to call the team Red Ant came a bit later.
No, the team was named straight away like this. Was named straight.
Well, I love the logo. It's fantastic.
It's a nice one.
Well, have a good night at the racing, and we'll see you in the morning.
So Ayrton Redant there having a chat. It's getting quite late, and we're all making very slight errors. We should point out that Rob Huff's not in his category. He's in the TCRs, isn't he?
Yeah,
but Rob Huff is very, very fast, nevertheless.
Yeah.
The 116 car leading its class, but 992s for Yannick Redant. He is out front in car 903 in that division, and fending off Konstantin Kletzer in the HRT Performance. And Seb Lejour racing for Duvo in third.
We have had a change, by the way, Johnny, for third.
Okay, for third position in that 992s.
Nico, no, sorry, overall. Yeah. Nico Veroni has gotten ahead of the CB Racing Mercedes. We knew he was catching him, and now he's caught him and he's pulled out a gap of 5 seconds there. So Veroni in the WTM Ferrari just got ahead of Joe Foster in the CB Racing Mercedes. So that's third place for the Ferrari.
Yeah, hustling on is the 21-year-old and has managed to get ahead.
And another quick update before you go back to Andy. The gap between first and second down to 13 seconds. That's been coming down steadily, about 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds. And now 54.8 was Aga Khan's last lap time, 51 dead for Pierre Caffer. He's on a charge.
He really is, and I'm wondering whether that's a little bit of traffic that Stephen's having to deal with as well, but there's no doubting Pierre Caffer's pedigree. And yes, all of a sudden what was it? What was the gap previously? 16, 17 seconds has come down to 13 in one lap, though. And he's been chiselling away at that, at possibly the same rate of knots. Good to see Luc Broekers back at the wheel of the 909. They haven't yet made the first page of our timing and scoring because they're a number of laps down, even on the Vortex, which has had its difficulties. Let's check in with Andy. Anybody else that you were waiting to chat to? Oh, it's okay. Exactly.
Yeah, nice kid, and we found out that his brother wasn't named after Yannick Thomas.
Yeah,
We did.
a name taken just out of the paper. I'm not sure if I believe that.
Is that just like a random bloke called Yannick, or somebody quite well known in Belgium?
Bert and his wife and the mother of the boys obviously liked the name Yannick. We knew he did admit, Andy, to being named after Ayrton Senna, though, surely. I'm not sure if he did. Didn't he?
I'm pretty sure he did.
Yeah.
I think there was a famous tennis player called Yannick Noah.
Okay, from Belgium.
No, from France.
France. Okay.
I think you just saw the name in the paper.
Yeah. It's got a motorsport connotation to it, though, for sure.
Yeah.
Especially an endurance racing connotation.
Yeah. What about Pierre Caffer and that push he's having at the moment?
Oh, mega! Down to 11.1 seconds now. He's taking another chunk of time.
I'm going to go down to that pit in a moment. But I think he's going to have them in 3 or 4 laps. Isn't
Yeah,
he?
definitely.
You know,
yeah.
Stephen's a young driver, most mainly in Lamborghinis. He's not a pro racer. He came here with his racer kit, just in case. Really, one of the others got ill or something, and then suddenly he is right in the heat of the battle at the front of the field. It's extraordinary, really.
Yeah.
And he's not as fast as his girlfriend.
She is really something, Samantha Tan. We've seen her grow as a race driver, haven't we? You know, when she first started racing in this series in the GT4 car, she's kind of taken more readily to the quicker, the grippier, the faster, all-round faster GT3 spec BMW M4. And her lap times are matching Whitmer's and Morris as well.
Bryce Morris,
matching them.
And that's, you know, learning how to drive a race car at a slower speed, I suppose, and getting the championship that they did in GT4, and then you're layering it because you're adding more downforce, you're adding more torque, BHP, cornering ability, but also straight line speed. And, you know, if it's introduced gradually, and you've got the support of Nick Whitmer and Bryson Morris potentially as driver coaches too.
Well, GT4s,
look what you can do.
Johnny, are a trickier car to drive. They've got less grip,
true.
no ABS, you know, no driver assists hardly.
Yeah, good point. Is there no ABS in GT4? I thought there was, but somebody will put us right on that. There's certainly ABS in these GT3s, and one of them's just come into pit lane in the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, which is Amedeo Pampanini. That feels like quite a long stint for him. I'm sure he'll be handing over to one of his co-drivers. A few more moments to go before we will be closing down for the evening, but staying very much live on the live stream with the onboards overnight, so you can keep tuned in, and remember the timing website to stay across everything, including the various statistics of the race so far and the tracker, crucially, livetiming.getRaceResults.com/24-hour series. And the Phoenix car is a little closer again. 9.3 seconds was the gap at the start of this lap. Won't be too long before Pierre will be able to lock crosshair on, you know, visually on the back of the ST Racing BMW M4. I'm not sure how much of the team actually telling him here, saying difference between the leading BMW is this much, or will they just be allowing him to do his stuff?
No. He'll be getting that information, I would have thought. I mean, it's very motivational, especially when you're in the quicker car, and it's very very satisfying feel when you are pushing the pace and you are slowly catching. 6.5 seconds. It was 9.3. By the time they come back past us and underneath us, Johnny, Pierre Caffer is going to be able to see the rear lights on that ST Racing BMW. There's no, whether he recognises them is a different matter in the dark here in Barcelona.
Now, Andrew catching up with Ayrton Redon not too long ago. Yannick Redon's been at the wheel of that car for a fair while, hasn't he? Or is that a pit stop out of sequence in 9:03?
Yeah, Yannick is into the pits.
Yes,
Yannick
I know,
has been quite a while. I'm not quite sure how long the stint is.
I was confused there because I thought Ayrton had been fresh out of the car and he'd just handed over to Yannick, and therefore Yannick's come in after 2 laps, but that's not the case.
No,
it's been a longer stint than that, and I think this is pretty much bang on the money in terms of when they had expected to be pitting the car for fuel. Roberto Pampanini taking over the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, by the way, which sits in 11th position and 10th spot in GT3.
I'm not sure if we've got a battle about to take place for 3rd and 4th place in the 992, both 992 class for 3rd and 4th overall, but 1st and 2nd in the 992 AM subclass. GM Lippmann has gone onto the rear bumper of David Sarney. They're both in Porsches. Seb Lejeune Racing is the car, 908 for David Sarney. 928 is the number of the HRT Performance Porsche, and he's less than a second last time by. We'll keep an eye on that next time they come under us. With 6.5 at the front though, JP. Let's see what it is now. They're due to come underneath us there. We can see the glare of headlights as we look at the TV screens and under the window. There's, Kaffer's in the lead, and Agakani is into the pits in the ST Racing car. So the BMW doesn't get past with a passing move on track. It's as he pulls into the pits, Agakani into the pits in the number 1 BMW then, and the Phoenix Racing Audi resumes its mission at the front of this field.
And Andrew Marriott making a beeline for ST Racing. It's going to be in the fueling area for a little while. There's an awful lot of heat coming off those brakes, though, because Stephen Agakani's been pounding round, and there's several areas on a single lap where you're going to be using those brakes as late as possible. Turn 1, turn 5, turn 6, or 7 rather, and then the braking area into 10 and the chicane, particularly brutal around here. We haven't seen any significant teams changing brakes yet, though. We wondered whether a TCR car might be doing it earlier on, but that wasn't the case. On to lap 310 as we go to Andrew Marriott in readiness for the ST Racing proper pit stop.
Yeah, Bryson Morris is at the ready here, and his multicoloured race suit. Thin young man. I mean, he's got the smallest waist over it must be. I've never seen a man with such a small waist. He's getting ready to get in the car. American driver, of course, for the Canadian team, US driver. And he knows how to row this machine along. This battle is going to continue through the night, I think. I'll just wait for the pit stop and see. And maybe a quick word with Steve as well.
Obviously never met Mick Jagger, who apparently still takes the same size of jeans these days as he did when he was about 18 years old. Something like a 26-inch waist on Mick Jagger. I wonder whether Bryson Morris is even smaller than that. But it means he can get in and out of a race car very swiftly, I'm sure, as the ST Racing car makes its way down. Their garage is, well, very close to the end of the pit lane, isn't it, I think?
Yeah, it's the last bit.
OK, oh, is it? The very last?
As champions, they're allowed to choose that pit garage at the very end so that they're closer to pit out.
Yeah. OK. So, because some champions actually favour the first garage, but I suppose the danger with that, the way the Creventic works, is that you've got the penalty box as well, which is confusing. If the penalty box wasn't there, you'd be able to dive straight into the garage number 1. For this case, though, they've chosen garage 48 for ST Racing, and Andrew's watching this crucial pit stop as we'll be signing off pretty soon, so this is a good idea of how they're going to be going on into this next 8-hour stint, essentially.
Yeah, sticker tyres on, and off he goes back onto the racetrack. Very slick pit stop from the ST Racing crew, and just going to see if I can get a word with Stephen, who's still got his crash helmet on at the moment, and just quietly standing there at the moment, and now walking to the back of the garage. He's got very elaborate crash helmet design with basically a tree with cherry blossom on it, I think. That's what it possibly is. Takes the crash helmet off, will put his glasses back on, and you can tell he's been working quite hard. Stephen, I'm going to dive in here. Well, that was a long, tough stint, a lot of pressure.
Yeah,
thrown into the car during the night stint. The team said the night stint was basically just all me and going to be Bryson Morris, basically. So, you know, it was...
Can I just bring you to forward, because we're at the last garage here. We just need to get a better signal. That's it.
No, yeah, it was definitely a lot of pressure from all the other cars in class, but, you know, it's nothing new, really, and we went out there and we did what we could. You know, unfortunately, with the first Code 60, I feel like most people were able to try and get on new tires, whereas we just went for fuel, and, you know, it might have caught us out, it might have not, so we just need to see till the end of the race, but I think all in all, it's a good strategy. The team has been 100% on pit stops, so I think we're in a really good spot right now. I don't think there's anything to be worried about.
So you're losing grip at the end of the session.
Yeah, definitely for sure. But I mean, it was kind of a little bit of a hard battle with the blue and orange Porsche at the start of the stint. So just tried to keep them off for a little bit. Had the first Code 60 come out, and then took position again, and just had to kind of work with what we had left. But you know, it is what it is, and we still have almost 14 hours left to go.
13, I think it is, Stephen. I'm liking your crash helmet. I don't know if Seb can go over there and just. No, Seb can't hear what I'm saying, but let's just go over here. I love the design. Did do that?
Thank you. Actually, the design was based off of one of the designs that I had. I myself have a full traditional Japanese sleeve tattoo, and I thought I'd keep the Japanese trend going, so I carried it onto my helmet.
Very good. Nice story. Go and have a rest, and congratulations on a good drive there.
Stephen Agakani, big grin on his face. Yeah, he looks like he's been in the car for 2 hours, in fairness, but he's still making perfect sense at 5 to midnight, and looking like he'll be fresh for plenty more driving in not too long a distance time, because the suggestion from the team is that it's going to be him and Bryson pretty much on and off through the night.
And I'm not sure what experience he has driving and racing that car. I mean, he was brought in and recruited at pretty much the last minute. Stephen, to be as close to Pierre Caffer's lap times there. Yes, Pierre Caffer was catching you, but it's Pierre Caffer who's catching you. And to be within, you know, a second consistently, just losing out by a second to Pierre Caffer, that is no disgrace whatsoever. That was a great drive by Agakani, and he made life difficult for the Phoenix Audi, because he made it a very long haul. You know, Pierre didn't just sort of zoom up to the back of him. He chipped away, and I'm pretty sure that the experience of Pierre Caffer and getting through traffic in that GT3 spec Audi R8, I think that was what came into play there, and that's what made the massive difference with lap times.
Yeah, he's racing in the GT World Challenge America Championship in the pro category with US Racetronics. What I can't access right now is which car that's in, but I think it's unlikely to be a BMW M4. It's either a Lambo or a Mercedes, from just calling up some images from, I think, this season, but therefore some adjustment to a BMW M4, which is a brand new car for most people, actually, because it's not been a GT3 car until this season. Previously, it was the M6, now the M4, and actually things have aligned within BMW, whereas before they actually were had in motorsport the platform of M4, M6 and M8 as all racing cars. GT4, GT3 and GTE, they've now completely aligned them. There is no BMW GTE car, but it's the M4 in both GT3 and GT4, which is possibly helpful when you're looking to cross from one to the other from a driver's perspective. Here's Andrew Marriott again.
Yeah, just to tell you, it's a Mercedes he's been racing in America.
Okay, yeah, well that makes sense. And GT3, yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at pictures of it now, and it's got a much larger rear wing on it. So he's used to front engined GT3 cars.
Quite similar, big lumbering front engine car. And the Mercedes AMG is so different from anything else because of that huge bonnet. The engine's mounted very, very low and up to the bulkhead, and in front of the engine there's still quite a gap where all the cooling kit is kept, and it's got a bit of a unique driving style. Adam Christodoulou was telling me this. It's kind of like acts as a pendulum around the rear axle, sort of swiveling around, and they've tried to make that engine put that engine in the middle of the car as best they can, and it's virtually a 50-50 split weight balance one on that Mercedes. So likewise with the BMW, you know, if you look at these cars with the bonnet up, the engines are mounted really low down and right into the bulkhead.
Bryson Morris will have a birthday this week. He was born in 2004. I've got his date of birth here, so that means he hasn't had a birthday yet this year. So he's not yet 18. Is that right? So he's 17 years old, Bryson Morris. 15th of September 2004 he was born, so he will be 18 in 2022. Wow.
It's the beard that makes him look old.
So you've got a 19-year-old, Stephen Agakani, racing with Bryson Morris, who's 17, and they're given the responsibility to get that BMW M4 through the night, because Nick Whitmer's almost said, boys, it's all yours. I'll do the really important hours in the closing stages of the race till 1 o'clock.
Yeah. And Samantha's no slouch as well.
Oh, no.
She's
Indeed.
very much in the mix with that driver lineup, and she can produce lap times that have rendered that car very, very competitive. Hence, you know what, there's a reason why that car's carrying the number 1, the overall champion. They're moving up to GT3 for ST Racing this year for the 2022 season. But they've acquitted themselves very well. They weren't at Portimao. I can't remember the last time they raced. Were they at Spa?
ST.
Yes, or did they do the? They were definitely at Dubai, and they were definitely at Mugello, if my memory serves.
Okay.
But it's very late, Johnny. My memory.
Well, it's very late. In fact, no, Joe. It's very early now. We can say because we've just ticked over from Saturday night into Sunday morning. It is midnight here at Barcelona. We're still not quite at half distance. That's in another 60 minutes' time. And we are very close, therefore, to allowing you to just enjoy the race engines overnight, because as a commentary and reporting crew, we will be closing things down. But bear in mind, if you're witnessing this race on the live stream, you can stick with that through the course of the 24 hours of Barcelona with the FX, sound effects, and with onboard cameras as well. But we need to give you the current standings before that. 292 laps completed for Wolf Power Racing and the 116 Audi RS3. It is leading by not quite a clear lap, I don't think. 293 versus, no, it will be a clear lap. It's a lap and a bit, I reckon, for the gap between Wolf Power and BBR, their TCR Leon Competition, number 158. In third position is the 188 AC Motorsport Audi RS3. Currently driving that car is Charles Dawson. And then in fourth position, the second of the BBR Cupras. This time it's the Cupra TCR DSG, and that's Sandy Stuvik in car 159. Fifth position, the 123 Rail Equipe by Top Car Sport Cupra, the all-Spanish lineup. British team Simpson Motorsport still there in sixth position with their trusty Audi RS3. Holmgard Motorsport's brand new Cupra Leon Competition in seventh, and the Hoffa Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW still leads the TC class, number 332. The 165 has had all manner of problems with sky-high engine temperatures that they're still battling with, and the 165 therefore has had quite a bit of time in the pits of late. In fact, it's currently being fuelled after Dominic Ang brought it back into pit road. In the GT series, Phoenix Racing now to the fore. Pierre Caffer would have caught Stephen Agakani anyway, we reckon, but then Stephen pitted in the ST Racing BMW, so an open road was provided to the very experienced German Pierre Caffer. 314 laps, 315 just ticked off, in fact, for that crew from Phoenix. ST, though, are a close second, less than a lap back. They will be, let's just work that out. No, there's just over a lap between them, but they're on different pit stop strategies, remember. So Pierre Caffer will have to pit in the next 30 minutes so he doesn't breach his current drive time limit of 2 hours. The WTM Racing Ferrari in third, number 22. So that's Audi, BMW, Ferrari and Mercedes represented in the top four, because the CP Racing AMG GT3 is there for fourth place for the American squad. Then it's Poulsen Racing's BMW running in fifth place, currently in the hands of Roland Poulsen. Robert Renauer is behind that in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, very much on a recovery drive, car 91. 23, a similar car from Huber Racing, and that is Mark Basseng now in charge, unsurprisingly for the nighttime hours. Jutta Racing's Audi R8 from Lithuania, number 71, is in 8th. Ahead of the Hoffa Racing Mercedes AMG GT3 from family Kroll and Prins and Max Partel and Thomas Mullens. Then it is the 992 class leader from Red Ant Racing, number 903, 10th overall. Dynamic Motorsports GT3, not quite with the full bank of GTs. It's still got to get by the Red Ant Racing car to do that. Then a few more Porsche Cup cars. There's been a change around here because the HRT performance machines are split by the Seb Lejeune Racing by Duvo Racing cars. So 928 second in class, 908 is third, and then the second of the HRT cars fourth. Rabdown Motorsports 992 Porsche in 5th position and 16th overall. 360 Racing Team also with a newer Cup car going well. Number 926 in 17th, ahead of the GTX class leader, that's Leipa Motorsport. Atlas BX Motorsports 403, the GT4 class leader. 360 Racing Team in 20th. Bapora Motorsport come next in another 992 car, alongside or right above fellow Spanish outfit E2P Racing with an older shaped Porsche. GTX in second position is the first of the two Vortex V8s, car 702, and then it's the RD Signs machine that's had to be repaired on 2 separate occasions, but 720 is still circulating. 904 is the Red Ant Racing car that was badly damaged at the start of the race, but Arnold Neveling is back in the race now. Good news for that side of the Belgian team's garages. Schenker Motorsports BMW is out of the race, though, now. Robert Schenker announcing that a little earlier on. Red Camel still racing. They are 28th in the GT series. And a reminder of more recent highlights, then, of the race so far in Barcelona. Well, one way to keep track of that is to stay tuned to our live stream, which will continue to operate all the way through the nighttime hours, and we will return as a commentary and reporting crew at 8 o'clock this morning, local time, and run you all the way through to the end of the race at 1 o'clock this afternoon. But it's been a delight to call this race so far, with thanks to Andrew Marriott and Diana Binks working so hard down in what is a very sweltering pit lane at times. It's cooled off a touch now, though, that we've reached the nighttime hours. But my thanks to Joe Bradley as well, and the various guests that we've had, learning about the Kuwait race that will be happening in a few months' time, to Ola Dorleman as well, with some crucial news on the 2023 season. And thanks to all at 021 in the next door room, making sure we stay on air. But it's onboards that we will leave you with for the next 7 and a bit hours, and we will see you the other side when day starts to break. Enjoy the race. Bye-bye for now.
you.